Okay, that was frustrating. Sorry, I just spent the past maybe hour or so since the stream ended trying to fix that. Trying to fix Borderlands 4. I couldn't get it to work. So, instead, I'm just going to be playing Suzerain tonight. Suzerain for the rest of the day, because that's what I feel like doing. If Borderlands 4, if the team if Gearbox decides to drop a like day one patch that like fixes it for like I guess older systems, or fixes like it for like Nvidia, because it seems like it's like Nvidia cards that are the ones that are having the problem, and I'm not gonna like reinstall and roll back all my drivers just to play Borderlands 4. Just, you know, just whatever. It's whatever, you know, as far as I'm concerned. It is a shame that I can't play the game, but I'm sure eventually there will be an easier fix down the line that will get it fixed. We don't have to play it day one, you know. I bought the game because I did want to play it for, you know, because it is another part of the series, but it is a shame. Regardless of that fact, I'm just gonna finish out my stream day, which is, we're probably gonna be going for a long time here. But I am already in the mood to stream, so I am just going to stream for the rest of the day. We're just gonna continue our Rizia run, because honestly, I would prefer to play this over Borderlands 4 right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Borderlands 4 is like a good game. I don't know. I haven't gone and watched any like footage of anybody else streaming it or seen any gameplay footage. The best I got was getting to the best I could do with trying to get the game to start was getting past the introduction splash screen, and then I couldn't get past that, so I'm done looking for fixes. You know, I'm too old to be fucking, you know, messing around with like software trying to get it to work all day long, when I could just play, one, a better game, and two, have a good time playing a better game, honestly, and two, playing a game that I want to play. Not that I don't want to play Borderlands 4, but this is what I'm craving right now, so for the rest of the stream, I think, I think for a part of the stream, we'll probably be doing this Rizia run for a while. Maybe I'll take a break later on, and then we can probably hop into some Roblox, because I was having fun with, that one car game we were playing, so I might hop back into that. Or anything, really. Maybe I'll start a Disco Elysium run today. I don't know. Let's see. We are coming back from just starting our reign. We got an introduction of all of our counselors, so we're ready to go, pretty much. Let's get into it. Plavo abuzz as grand ceremony ready for King Rames's consecration. There was another one there as well. City of Port Drazon honors King Rames. Incident in FSR Slavaria draws scrutiny. Tensions within the UC have resurfaced following a deadly incident in the Federal Socialist Republic of Slavaria. Let's see, we actually have quite a few lakes. It's a very mountainous territory, I'm now realizing. Rizia, because we have quite a few lakes. Quite a few, like, river starts and stuff like that. Another lake, there's a lake. Yeah, there's a lake. These lakes run over towards Pales. Stuff like that. Very interesting. I still don't know how I want to treat Pales. I'll try for, like, a peaceful unification. I'm not sure how that's gonna go, though. Let's see, consecration of the king at the Arch Sanctuary of Plavo. Let's see. We're not doing a religious, like, theocratic run like we were doing in Swordlands, so we'll probably just avoid that for now. My motorcade traveled for over an hour before the Arch Sanctuary of Plavo appeared on the horizon, its golden dome radiated under the sunrise. It was a view that inspired awe in many a Rizian, especially the most devout followers of St. Ruick. Titus, who was sitting next to the driver, turned back to me. We shall be arriving shortly, Your Majesty. This should be interesting. I was here for the consecration of the king, the centuries-old ecclesiastical ceremony symbolizing a monarch's appointment as God's highest representative on earth, better known as the divine right of kings. Unlike my coronation, this was a private event shrouded in secrecy. Only a select few, such as the Grand Wiseman and religious counselor Sal Ignatius, were privy to what the ceremony entailed. Not even my father, despite my asking, would disclose what occurred. He'd simply say, "What took place was between me and God." Given his ambivalence towards me, his reply should have come as no surprise. Yeah. Seems about right. But aside from the pomp and circumstance of the consecration of the king, this meeting was my chance to catch up on Rizia's current state of religious affairs. Before long, my car pulled up in front of the towering colonnades, situated on either side of the entrance. Is my model slowed down? Yeah, it feels like it a little. Well, this game shouldn't be that heavy. Yeah, you know, software. Software's so hard for me to manage nowadays because I just don't have the time to give a shit. Security guards held back a crowd of onlookers gathered around along either side of the stairway, leading up to the Arch Sanctuary where the Grand Wiseman stood. Grand Wiseman Ignatius, looking as stoic as ever. Alright, let's proceed. Right away, sir. Titus quickly exited the vehicle and opened my side door. As I stepped out and onto the pavement, I was immediately greeted by the roar of a crowd that had come to witness my arrival. While most shouted my praises, there was a small group of demonstrators protesting against the ceremony. One was waving a sign that read, "Galkandism is not blasphemy." These people look like they could give you trouble. Shall I have them removed? Let them protest, Captain, seeing as how the issue holds significant importance to them. Yes, Your Majesty. He cast an intimidating glare at the protesters as we passed them. I turned back toward the crowd. They were still applauding me. Conduct their applause. Wave. I gave them a royal wave. The shouts of admiration resonated even louder from my subjects. A welcoming smile spread across the Grand Wiseman's face as he came down the stairs. Welcome, Your Majesty. We are greatly honored to have you here for this momentous occasion. I look forward to serving you just as I served your father. I shall honor this day with the dignity and respect this sacred tradition deserves. It fills my heart with joy to hear that. I shall do my best to provide you with both personal and state guidance on religion. Thank you, Grand Wiseman. I aspire to fulfill God's will here on earth, just as you have done. I'm privileged to receive your guidance. I am merely a humble servant, Your Grace. I do as God commands. After today, it shall be you who speaks for the divine. The 6 stars of St. Ruick still shine upon our throne. Come, let us step inside. We'll have to discuss. We began heading toward the entrance. However, I didn't get very far before my attention was drawn to a commotion from behind. As I turned to look, a throng of people surged against my security guards. Amidst the commotion, one managed to slip from my grasp and dash towards me with a frightening speed. Stand your ground. I didn't want to be seen as a coward, so I stood my ground as the man approached. Titus, without missing a beat, caught the man by the arm and threw him to the ground. Other guards approached as Titus held him down. The surprised visitor was shouting something, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. We'll take it from here, Your Majesty. Well done, Captain. Take him away. With pleasure. With a nod from Captain Gordian, 2 of his guardsmen lifted the man to his feet and escorted him away. Sal and I continued towards the Arch Sanctuary's entrance. I humbly apologize for the interruption, Your Majesty. Was that man who I think he was? Can't say I cared for that little stunt, but I do wonder what the man wanted. Judging by his wardrobe, he appeared to be a Duridian Galkandist. I'm not surprised at his actions. When you deprive a man of religious freedom, that is his consequence. It's not freedom that motivates these men, but bloodlust. He paused with a hand on the door. There was a time when Galkandists prayed here in such small numbers that their presence was tolerated. But the more Daridians came to Rizia, the more they overwhelmed the sacred sanctuaries of Plavo, Bonivion, and jails with their blasphemous versions of worship. What's so blasphemous about Galkandism? The Galkandists have a martial culture, Your Majesty. They seek purification through violence. He made a vase. Among other perversions. Come, it's time you saw what they did to this very building. I accompanied Sal into the Arch Sanctuary. Titus and one of his men stood guard at the entrance. Our footsteps echoed throughout the massive empty chamber as we made our way down the main aisle that separated the hall in two. I was surrounded by ornate wall murals of religious scene depictions, leaving no surface bare. Nearby statues seemed to watch me as I passed. One could get lost in a place like this. I have, more than once. It's only fitting that such a monument be built atop the final resting place of Rizia's most revered disciple. Kaelus the Devout, single-handedly credited for spreading the teachings of Saint Ruick throughout our part of the world. They got all that just for teaching. My own final resting place had better be even grander. To use one's wisdom to enlighten others is to do the Lord's work. I would like to think I am honoring Kaelus the Devout's legacy by passing my own limited knowledge to you. We stopped when we'd reached the chancel where the altar stood. Sal gestured over our heads to the second-floor gallery overlooking the hall. Part of it had collapsed and the rest had been roped off. Yummy water. Yummy, yummy water. Hot dogs. Hot dog. Looks like it's seen better days. That's putting it mildly. A large group of Galkandists came here on one of their holy pilgrimages from Daridia several years ago. An argument with the local Rushist worshippers led to an altercation. That's the only reason for our blasphemy law? Why has it not been fixed since then? We will get to that. Sal began to pace around the altar. Rizza's religious climate is at a crossroads, Your Majesty. From aiding the impoverished to expanding educational opportunities, our faith-based institutions are a cornerstone of everyday life, strengthening the bonds that hold our society together, all under the umbrella of our state religion, Rushism. Religion's most important role of all that, the pacifying of the populace. It is true that sharing a single belief system fosters unity among the people. But sadly, that unity has begun to splinter in recent years. Apart from the Galkandists, we have seen a rising Dastnirist minority due to the growing numbers of migrants from Wayland and Rumburg. Dastnirity was the other main branch of the nearest religion, observed in most countries to our north. Its followers relied on the writings of Saint Dast as the only pure scripture. Lena had been a follower, but converted to Rushism on joining the Rizian royal family. Dastnirity and Rushism. Why not? A sacrifice, but one she gladly made in order to be with me. I would never counsel this country to turn away people in need, Your Majesty, but I do worry that our Rushist values are in danger of becoming diluted. I wouldn't call it diluted. Supporting a plurality of religions will only enrich Rizian culture. But we must not lose sight of our one true faith. He stopped pacing and looked around the hall. Sanctuaries such as this one are at the core of our religious communities. Without a place to congregate, the faithful are left wandering without guidance. And I'm sorry to say your father, never bless his soul, left us with quite a bit of work to do with regards to the upkeep. He pointed once more to the balcony. I know he wished to return this sacred Ruch's site to its former grandeur. He agreed with me that state funds should be allocated for the project. However, he was also deluged from the requests from the Dasnir's community. In particular, the Grand Sanctuary at Salabas has long been too small to serve worshippers' needs and is urgently in need of expansion. Afraid of angering one religious group by prioritizing the needs of the other, he funded neither. Why didn't he just fund both? Oh, my back. My back. Ugh. Why didn't he just fund both projects? I agree, Your Majesty, but King Valera was hesitant to let go of such a large sum at once. Considering the state of our treasury, I don't know what he was so worried about. With the entire religious community's attention on today's ceremony, there will never be more opportune time to sign the order, and from there, we can construct new sanctuaries all over the land. The Crown's money should be spent on improving our citizens' welfare regardless of their religion. Do not neglect the importance of spiritual welfare, Your Majesty. Why is it the government's responsibility to fund the sanctuaries? Couldn't Rizia's religious congregations pay for their own repairs and expansions? The Crown has funded and nurtured religious institutions since our kingdom's very founding, and for good reason. The more robust our many religious communities are, the greater the tithings we can collect for the monarchy. To put it in earthly terms, keep Rizia's faithful happy, and new sanctuaries will pay for themselves. But neglect them, and unrest could follow. 4 decades ago, reforms stirred discontent that began in sanctuaries and spilled into the streets. When the faithful grow uneasy, their tithes shrink, leaving the Crown to fill the gap. Here's what I think. Sal closed his eyes and tilted his head up slightly, awaiting my next words. Both projects are equally important in my eyes. I will speak to Elna about funding both the Plavo Restoration and Salva's Grand Sanctuary expansions. Still with deliberations over finances. Well, I do have the capital for this. I don't want to do one or the other. Both projects are equally important in my eyes. Yeah, they are. The holy man let out a small gasp. Nur be praised. This is the most auspicious start to today's ceremony, and God willing, is only the beginning of Rizia's religious renaissance. I have plus 11 authority coming next run, Jesus. Sal spread his arms wide open. With great honor, I shall lead you as you step across the threshold and unite with the divine. He motioned toward a stone archway leading out of the chamber. I followed the Grand Wiseman down a long corridor. We eventually reached an imposing iron door. Behind it was a descending spiral staircase illuminated by torches mounted on the walls. What's down there? Come and see for yourself. This way, Your Majesty. I continued after him as we went down the stairs, which seemed to go on forever. Before long, we'd reached the bottom, where I was greeted by a wall of human bones that were carefully stacked from top to bottom. In an adjacent room, there were several tombs, each adorned with intricate decorations. Welcome to the catacombs. No idea this was down here. Most don't. As for the tomb's tenants, they're mostly wealthy noblemen and their families alongside other well-to-do individuals throughout the centuries. Didn't work? Nah, Graham, nah. If I, I'll periodically I'll take a break because I'm sick, and I'll look over at Steam, and if there's like a day 1 patch for like Borderlands 4, that like fixes a lot of the problems, then we'll switch over. But until that happens, we're just not gonna be playing Borderlands 4 until probably they fix the game. But if not, then I just won't play it. I'm sure eventually, somewhere down the line, somebody's gonna come up with like a patch or whatever that'll fix everything. So I'm not too worried about it, but it doesn't look like we're gonna be playing Borderlands 4 today. How often do I get colds? Not very often, Graham. Not very often. Maybe like once a year. Once or twice a year. Sorry I disappeared. I had to restart my computer because rolling back my graphics drivers just turned my monitors off. As for the tomb's tenants, they're mostly... Yeah. I'd love to hear about them. We shouldn't delay the ceremony much longer, but very well. Who would you like to know about? The first tomb. That would be the tomb of Teleria Cesaro. Not only was he the Earl of Havas, he was the most revered general during the War of Rizian Succession. Even though House Cesaro ultimately lost the war, the general never lost a single battle. After the war, he established Camp Domus, Rizia's largest military base to this day. Yes, I'm quite familiar with his reputation. Who's on the second tomb? You know very well. That would be Aurelia Ixaro. If you remember your history, he was the famed industrialist of the 19th century whose revolutionary mining equipment led to the Second Rizian Gold Rush. He single-handedly brought incomprehensible wealth to this kingdom overnight, granting us endearing power and influence. While he isn't of royal lineage, his legacy earned him a place amongst them. Rizia could use more innovators like him. As long as they remember that it is by Lord's grace, not man's, but that Rizia's is blessed with such abundant resources. Decorated in gold, I would have considered it the most splendid of all, if not for the hole in the lid, through which I could catch a glimpse of the skeletal remains within. Here lies Breda Cesaro, the first Duke of Monteclar. All members of the royal house of Cesaro are descended from him. The damage to his tomb was another casualty of the Golconda's pilgrims when a piece of the above ceiling came crashing down. Thanks to the funds that will now be put towards repairs, poor Bredis can finally be relayed to rest. Very well. This way, Your Majesty. As we made our way down the tunnel, the ceiling began to close in around us and feelings of claustrophobia began to sink in. Just when it seemed like the tunnel would never end, we emerged into a vast cavern, also illuminated by torchlight. Several wishers, lesser in rank than Sal, were waiting for us. They make the dialogue weirdly natural? I don't know. At the heart of the room stood a circle of 6 columns, each bearing a single star delicately carved upon them. They were arranged around a marble sarcophagus. I think I know who it is. Indeed, Your Majesty, that is the tomb of Caelus the Devout. Rare are those who have set foot in here, count yourself among the blessed few. Caelus the Devout's effigy became more apparent as I approached. Sal placed his torch into a nearby sconce as one of the other wise men carrying a silver tray approached us. On it was a golden chalice, a clay jug filled with oil, a sponge, and what appeared to be a bottle of wine. Let us begin. Please remove your clothes and stand on the royal seal. I'm ready. Following the Grand Wiseman's instructions, I joined him in reciting verses from the sacred scripture. He slowly fed the words to me and I repeated them back to him. When my garments were completely removed, Sal proceeded to anoint me, dipping a sponge into the fragrant oil and gently applying it all over my body. After my flesh was fully coated, he set aside the jug and the sponge, reaching for the chalice and the bottle of wine. He then poured the wine into the chalice until it reached the brim. It is well known that this is the final resting place of Caelus the Devout, but what most don't know is that this is where he performed his first miracle. Miracles, did I hear you correctly? Yes, the miracle of foresight. For upon filling his stomach with the sacred wine, the very wine before you now, he was given the ability to prophesize the future. He poured the wine into the chalice and held it high. Uh-oh. Hello, user. Welcome back. Sorry about not playing Borderlands 4, guys. I guess my computer really couldn't handle it. What can I expect to see? I guess we're going to be prophesizing the future here. You will see nothing. Only the most pious and reverent men may drink from the sacred chalice. That will not be you. Not today, and possibly not ever. You see, once this wine is consumed, Caelus the Devout's gift of foresight shall, for a time, be bestowed upon the person who ingests it. I spent the past weeks cloistered here, fasting and praying, in order to transform myself into a vessel for the visions. He held up the chalice once more and drank until the wine was gone. Setting it back down on the tray, he then stepped towards me and held out his hands. Listen closely to my words, for the gift of sight comes in flashes. Did my PC blow up? Yeah, user, it pretty much did. He closed his eyes and began taking in long, deep breaths. I got pretty far in trying to get the game started. When I was on stream, I couldn't get the game started at all. It would just immediately crash, and then after stream, I spent some time trying to work on it, and I got as far as getting the intro to play, but not being able to get to, like, a main menu or anything like that. I got all, like, the video game developer splash art on the screen, you know, where it's like, oh, Gearbox, oh, 2K games, stuff like that. But I couldn't get any further than that. So I just gave up until they decide to either fix the game, or there's like a community patch for it. Close your eyes. I closed my eyes as well. We stood there in silence for what felt like an eternity. I wasn't sure what to expect. But then suddenly his body began to tremble and his hands took a firm grip on mine. I couldn't let go even if I wanted. I see a crown. It's ascending into the sky, raising high above the surrounding countryside. Nod. I nodded with increased urgency and his voice sound continued. And on the crown is a fracture on the golden band. The higher it journeys upward, the larger the crack gets. Whether or not it can be mended is uncertain. I gestured for him to keep going. His grip tightened. I now see soldiers, many soldiers, war and death, so much death. Continue listening. I continue to listen to his words. I now see two individuals. They are embraced in each other's arms, lovers. They are surrounded by people both for and against the Union. Listen without interruption. Before me now is a heart. It's being stabbed by a sword. Offer no reply. Now I behold an endless sea of people stretching as far as the eye can see. They're marching toward the royal palace in joy or anger, I cannot say for sure. Above them are birds, tens and thousands of them so thick they blacken the sky. They're migrating from distant lands and making their nests in ours. I didn't speak, just listened. He paused, deep in thought, then let out a small laugh. A lamb. I see a charming little lamb. Once separated from its flock by a great wolf, it now reunites with them. I held my tongue and listened. And on a nearby mountain overlooking the city sits a beast. A beast with 3 heads, each head is fighting with each other. They must be brought under control, either through taming or severing 1 or more heads. Or all 3 will surely die. Offer no response. I felt Sal loosen his gripping hold of me, letting go. I looked at him curiously until he finally spoke. The visions have stopped, thus concluding the ceremony. I think I understand. Good, for it's now up to you to decipher their meaning. That's the gift and the curse that comes with the divine right of the king. After a long moment during which he seemed to still be recovering, he spoke again. I sense skepticism in you, your majesty, but please know that as king of Rizia, the will of the divine now courses through your veins. It is your responsibility to carry out what he has ordained, and it is mine to aid you in your holy duty. It's a heavy burden, Grand Wiseman, but I accept. Alaita. I put on my clothes and made my way back to the catacombs until I'd reached the surface. The events of today forever burned in my memory. A part of me questioned whether or not what I experienced was real. If it was, did I accept the responsibility that came with my consecration? Did I really speak for the divine? Before long, I was back on the road again, back to reality. As the arch-sanctuary of Plavo faded from view, my mind began to settle. I thought more about the visions and what they meant. And if they were real, what my next step should be. Okay. Well, there goes my budget. Festivities underway for Consecration of King. Jubilant street festivals adorned with colorful banners and lively music engulf the city of Plavo as the impending Consecration of the King ceremony approaches. Clergy led religious processions through enthusiastic crowds, beginning in the city center and ending at the gates of the revered Arch Sanctuary. The sanctuary remains closed to public worshippers due to the building's unrepaired structural damage. However, inspectors have certified that the areas where the ceremony will be conducted, including the Tomb of Kalis the Devout, are safe for the king's entrance. Just you again, user? So sad. Royal Consecration Ceremony reaffirms monarchy religious union, a sacred treasure restored, a new look for the Grand Sanctuary of Celebes. Oh, we're arranging a classical concert for the noble houses. As a gesture to the noble houses and to celebrate the cultural music heritage, a proposal to host an extravagant classical concert featuring the renowned Rizian composer Antonio Geri Albani has been made. This event could serve as a display of the monarchy's support of the arts and reinforce its prestigious image among the noble houses. Let me see. I can't be making any more decrees right now. I'm not gonna organize that. No thanks. Galmland demands more say in the strait. Rusty offers me a loan and bronze. Briefing on the current security situation. And let's see. Expansion on the Crown administrative authorities. -2 authority, -1 energy, -5 budget. 2-turn implementation for plus authority capacity. +2 authority per turn on completion. +5 budget capacity and +1 administrative balance. -1 equal pay if passed. The Crown decrees substantial expansion to its offices, agencies, and state authorities with additional personnel to enhance administrative capacity and operational oversight. This measure is enacted to ensure the effective implementation of national initiatives and the efficient management of state functions. The increased scale of governance will be accompanied by measures to maintain operational efficiency. Yeah, that's a good investment, but we don't have any resources. We can do public sea transportation subsidies. Those equal gender pay. Small initial global energy sale. We could sell, well, we could sell energy. -3 energy, +2 budget. Construct the Topes consumer industry? That would be good. Over the public sea transportation subsidies. Majestic waves of Rizia have become accessible to all, reflecting our dedication to bring distances. Continual commitment of resources from our treasury and thoughtful administrative management. -1 budget per turn. Interesting. Let's construct the consumer industry. -1 energy per turn on completion. The construction of a consumer goods manufacturing hub in Topes, focusing on producing clothing, tools, and basic appliances. There we go. Alright, we are now out of resources. Initiative begins in Topes. That's Plavo, Topes. Topes is getting a huge investment. Valenqueris. Let's take a look. Rusty is offering me a loan. Rosello Rusty Montero, CEO of Rizian Royal Gold, extends an offer. He's willing to lend the monarchy funds at a competitive interest rate. +4 budget, -6 repayment later. Let's take a big loan from Rusty. I just want to invest so much. I would like to invest as much as possible into building everything as much as possible. Just as far as economics go. On the way back from Plavo Arch Sanctuary, I met my council in the city of Folsa Dator for a briefing on our security and military situation. The so-called Forge of Rizia was famous for its numerous foundries and factories in which iron from the nearby hills was transformed into rifles and handguns. Largest of them all was the Royal False Foundry, responsible for supplying the Rizian police and military. The red brick complex towered at the end of the King's Avenue, False Dator's main road. My council and I were given a tour of the facilities before settling around the table in the foundry's great hall. Murals on the walls around us depicted the city's history as an industrial center. As Duchess of the Providence and my war and security counselor, Lucida, sat at the head of the table. She nodded at the rest of us. Your Majesty, Your Highness, my esteemed fellow counselors. I planned this meeting here so that the king would have a shorter journey after his consecration ceremony. I'm sure the proceedings were very taxing, Your Majesty, whatever they were. Whatever happened to Plavo is between me and God. And the Grand Wiseman, of course. Sal was sitting across from me, still wearing his robes. He smiled enigmatically. I am but a lowly conduit between His Majesty and the powers above, Mrs. Aro. Hugo nodded approvingly. I know better than prying into the contents of the ceremony, Your Majesty, but I will say, I hope it was an enlightening experience. You may proceed with your briefing, Duchess Aro. With great pleasure, Your Grace. She gestured at one of the murals on the wall. It depicted a beautiful but severe-looking woman riding a horse down the King's Avenue, her rifle at the ready. My ancestress Anna Azaro ordered the construction of the foundry in 1812, immediately after the end of the War of Rizian Succession. House Azaro knows that peacetime is not a period of rest, it's a time to gather our strength and hone our weapons for when they are next needed. Because they most certainly will be needed. Let's see. Remain vigilant and be prepared, not to the point where a military focus distracts from the needs of the Rizian people. Rizia has become soft and complacent. We should remain vigilant and prepared for the Rizian people. Sure, safety is the top of the hierarchy of our people's needs, is it not? Everything else is optional. I could hear the passion rising in her voice. Our failure to win the Reclamation War and the rebellion of 1926 served as a double blow to the Rizian armed forces. Even after my father purged the troops and general staff of all suspected traitors to the throne, His Majesty King Valera was reluctant to restore our military to its former strength. As a result, Your Majesty, we are ludicrously underprepared for a country of our size. We need immediate measures to rectify this situation. If you ask me, an immediate audit of our military assets is necessary. From there, we can fast-track procurement and training to address the most pressing deficiencies. Now a word about our military priorities. Opting not to focus on any particular branch will allow us to allocate resources flexibly across various national priorities. The strength of our Rizian armed forces lies in the diversity of our resources and units. We have manpower ready for duty, as long as they're equipped with necessary gear. But training is key. Each unit, from infantry to naval, requires preparation. We can't expect our men and women in uniform to go into battle with no experience. Ultimately, it's the readiness of our forces that will determine how well we can uphold our sovereignty and carry out our military strategies. Is this true? How do the costs of training and equipping our units compare? The costs vary by unit. Obviously, the more complex the training and equipment, the more expensive it will be. How long does it take to prepare a unit? The majority of our units reach full readiness within a year, with specialized units requiring additional time for their rigorous preparations. What's the point of keeping our troops in a constant state of readiness? It's not like war's on the horizon. I'm no master strategist. I appreciate all this information. I'm relaying my instruction to you after this meeting ends. Lucida nodded her head in satisfaction. If our kingdom took anything away from Pales and the rebellion, it's that we learn the deadly cost of unpreparedness. Our troops must reflect Rizia's resilience, ensuring such blows never weaken us again. We can achieve this thanks to my house. Camp Domus still runs the most rigorous, high-quality training program on the continent, right, Captain Gordian? With lightning speed, she reached under the table, pulled out a knife, and hurled it in the direction of the doorway. Titus languidly snatched it out of the air. Very good. Your house should be commended for its deep devotion to protecting this country. We're pleased to serve. She grinned briefly before regaining her poise. Of course, national security doesn't begin and end with the Rizian military. We also have our police and intelligence divisions to think about. What about intelligence capabilities? They're just as important as our military strength. I was getting to that, Your Majesty. The Rizian intelligence services were operatives in Morella, Dardia, Central Wayland, Lesbia, and Rumburg. His Majesty Valero, however, insists on withdrawing our presence from Zeal and Pales. We need to keep close watch on both those regions. Yes, my father told him the same thing. He was afraid of drawing their leaders' suspicions. In my experience, we have much more to gain from straightforward diplomacy than cloak and dagger operations. Mr. Esquivel, if you think Wayland and Pales are not spying on Rizia, you're fooling yourself. Lorento sniffed indignantly. What useful informations were we receiving from either region before the operation's withdrawal? We learned of the prior Duke Nyolma's abdication before it was officially announced for one. Can the agents in those regions be placed back in position? Now that they've been withdrawn, it will be difficult and costly process to get them back into place, but I can inquire into the possibility. Please do so immediately. Consider it done. Domestically, our main intelligence focus has been on preventing another uprising. To that end, our information gathering has been concentrated in Brennus, where the last anti-monarchist movement originated. Keep up the good work. I'll update you should major concerns arise. Any other questions, Your Majesty? Well, let's talk about the military. I'm here to answer them, Your Majesty. Where should I start? What's the state of military production? I gotta sneeze. Despite our very grand surroundings, we have long neglected the potential of Folca de Tor. Rumber currently supplies us with the bulk of our weaponry, including Ka-74 rifles. But if we invested more into research, development, and production in the city, our small arms industry could become a real force to be reckoned with. Oh, hang on, give me a second. I gotta look at my phone. I'm gonna look at my smartphone for just a moment. Give a boost to the local economy as well. It would, Your Majesty, as long as there were enough people available to fill the new positions that it would create. We would, unfortunately, still have to rely on Rumburg for weaponry such as missiles, although I've also seen promising developments in Dardia. A weapons deal with Derdia could help improve relations between our country. It would depend on what they demand in return, Your Majesty. But I've set aside time to discuss Derdia during our upcoming foreign policy meeting. I look forward to the conversation, Mr. Squeeple. Where were you, Your Majesty? Naval and air capabilities, yeah. Our Navy has actually made significant strides in the past 30 years. We are a coastal nation after all, and our fleet is both well-trained and up-to-date. Our submarines could use improvement, though. Compared to those currently coming out of Rumburg and Volksland, they're practically ancient. Our Air Force, meanwhile, is still suffering the consequences of the Pales campaign. Lorento nodded grimly. We did not foresee that Lesbia would become so heavily involved, nor that they would provide the Grand Duchy with cutting-edge aircraft. Lesbia wouldn't even have those planes if it weren't for their close ties with Arcasia. We're better off trying to strengthen our other divisions than trying to compete with the likes of Lesbia. Very true. There's much to criticize about the West, but their technological prowess can't be argued with. And then there's the question of... Let's talk about army conscription. How do we bolster our ranks? I'm glad you asked. As you know, our Central Royal Navy is fed both by general conscription and levies from the individual provinces. If you ask me, the provincial army should be pulling more weight, though I do understand that those of Brennus and Valenquirus are not nearly as well trained as Cardes Monteclar. I would also suggest extending the length of our conscription period and lowering the conscription age from 24 back to 18. Why did my father even raise it to 24? 24 is the age by which a person's brain is fully formed, Your Majesty. I do beg your pardon, Uncle Hugo. I mean no offense, Your Highness, but young people, especially young men, tend to make irrational decisions before your age. If you're old enough to vote, you're old enough to fight for your country. My thoughts exactly. Time to move on to other matters. Does our internal security need improvement as well? Less so, Your Majesty. Our police forces have kept a firm handle on the populace since the uprising. Civil disobedience on Monteclar, for example, is at a historic low thanks to my zero-tolerance policies as Duchess. Valenquirus, too. It is unlikely to pose major difficulties as long as House Taurus is on the throne. And the Central Police, headquartered in Rizia Imperii, have been keeping the capital secured. The members of House Sazon who rule Brennus have mostly fallen in line following the uprising. They're content to use the House of Delegates as a forum for their grievances. She took a deep breath. There's a problem area, it's Iza. The Weshik and Derdian newcomers have been causing problems. Brennus to House Taurus. Giving a part of Brennus to House Taurus would divide the region. No, indeed. Iza has been experiencing periods of unrest ever since the handover of Zeal and the exiles of Duchess Angelica. Hello, Frog QQ, what's up? We are seeing complications having to do with the Weshik migrants who settled in the city after the Civil War. As I mentioned in our earlier meeting, some turned to the black market to supplement their meager guest workers' income, giving rise to organized crime. What kind of black market activities? The drug trade, mostly. There are cartels connected to families in Wayland, who in turn answer to powerful distributors in Agard. I attempted to tackle this myself with a community policing program, but the networks were too strong. Lucida sniffed. In my opinion, the growing influence of the nationalist group Su Omnia has only inflamed tensions in the area. Certain members of House Taurus may disagree, of course. Su Omnia was probably founded with good intentions, but they may make things worse than not meaning to. The good Rizians of Iza are doing their best with the resources they've been giving. Duchess, my son, included. The problem, as I see it, lies in the lack of cooperation between the city's police force and those of the surrounding regions. Yes, I've received Duke Rico's complaints that the Brennus forces have not been providing him with as much aid as he wishes, as well as his requests that extra police force from the Central Forces be transferred to Iza and placed under his command, but I don't think that would solve anything. Why aren't the Brennus police cooperating? They are providing some assistance, but my instinct is that they, like most of House Sazon, disagree with Duke Rico's policies and his association with Su Amina. Their political views should not matter, their job is to protect and serve. Nationalist organization. I have the situation under control, Your Grace. You don't need to involve yourself with such minor issue. Hugo opened his mouth to respond. Lucita pretended not to notice. Well, Your Majesty, shall we continue with the briefing? You give me a lot to think about. Let's call it a day. There's a lot to think about. Creaked open. An aide rushed over to Laurento and whispered something in his ear. I'll see. I'll go to the telephone right away. He turned to the rest of us, his usual jocular expression overlaid with concern. I must excuse myself briefly, ladies and gentlemen. Please continue on without me. What is it? I will explain once I have all the details. He gave a quick bow, then rushed out of the room. I wonder what that could be about. Anyway, if we leave soon, we can make it back to Port Drazon before it's too late. An early return to the capital would be my preference as well, but where's Mr. Esquibel? The door swung open again, and Laurento came back into the room hall. He wiped his brow with a silk pocket square. Well, Mr. Esquibel, I hope you brought us good news. It's too early to tell if it's good or bad, but it's definitely impactful. I just received the official confirmation that our neighbor has been accepted into the ATO. Lesbia. Precisely. Prime Minister Alvarez will make the official announcement tomorrow. Didn't we see this coming? It should hardly be a surprise. Indeed, this development has been on the horizon for some time, but our relations with our neighbors are sure to change because of it. Thank you for updating us, Mr. Esquibel. I suggest we set a date for the meeting to discuss Lesbia's ATO membership as well as our general foreign policy strategy. Excellent suggestion, Your Grace. I'll start preparing for a briefing once we're back at the capital. We should all be on the same page regarding this. I'll inform our hosts that we'll be departing shortly. She pushed back her chair and briskly left the hall. I looked over at my daughter. Her brow was furrowed. The ATO? What will that mean for us? Nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. I don't know. Suppose we'll find out. I'd barely even started my reign and it already felt like the ground was shifting beneath my feet. What other challenges lay in store? War production tutorial. Resources like equipment, ranks, trucks, etc. are shown here. Spend these to train units. However, over any unit type unavailable below to see its training costs. The number under each unit shows how many units that type are ready to use. The plus icon indicates that the unit of that type can be trained. Not every unit is available for training. Some units are unlocked by decrees or story decisions. In training, section shows the units currently in training. They'll be available to deploy in the next turn. You can remove units from the training by clicking on them in the in-training panel and cancel training. Once you hit the train button below, the units in training are locked in and can't be removed anymore. Plan carefully before committing to training. Its units and resources might be limited. The units that are deployed out on the battlefield are shown on the deployed panel below. The number under each unit shows how many units are deployed at the moment. To increase your resources to train units, sign the decree to build factories, make trade deals, or make decisions in favor of the military. Gotcha. So I can finally start investing into the military. Ooh. Need more boats, need more subs, need more airplanes. Lots of manpower. We definitely want a tank. Train me, Doctor. Chancellor Hagel visits Morella. Alvarez confirms Lesbia's ATO membership. Another decade of peace. That's good. That's good. Scary stuff. Get a drink? Lots of things to invest in. Isa. Student holds walkout to protest treatment of labor hands. Students at Isa University led a walkout yesterday, purportedly in solidarity with Rejik and Darity and labor hands. A representative of the youth-led movement called for a comprehensive review and reform to the policy, emphasizing the need for equitable treatment of all workers within Rizia. New royal decrees, which we can't invest in anything just yet. Remove the death penalty. Let's see, what have I enacted? Sovereign transition and clemency, that's classic. Yeah. The consumer industry. Investing in the Rizian Football Federation. The Rizian Football Federation is at a crossroads. Real Monteclar remains a global icon, while FC Port Drazon, an ambitious but smaller club, struggles in their shadow. The choice of investment strategy could significantly influence future trajectory of Rizian football, either by bolstering the prestige of an already renowned club, or by nurturing emerging talents to foster a more competitive domestic landscape. Let's have a more competitive domestic landscape. Football is the future. Looks like we're about to end the chapter, too, or the year. Real Monteclar welcomes the investment. FC Port Drazon welcomes the investment. That's good. Alright, let's get our resources back. Let's get some resources back. Hello, Nova Strife. What's up? The Suez de Sea. The Suez de Sea. Gulf of Moridia. Give me back my country. Give me back my give me back Zeal. You bastards. Council meeting on foreign relations. CSP maintains stronghold on key trade straits. Nothing much. What about you? Pretty good. I'm kind of sick right now, so sorry if I sound a little under the weather. We got a bunch of resources back, which is nice. Our energy is getting expensive, though. Salabas anti-narcotics campaign has been established. Countess Leona Saison has launched a new initiative to combat the rise in drug use in Salabas. The Salabas Anti-Narcotics Alliance seeks to address public health and safety concerns throughout the combination of rehabilitation programs and stricter enforcement measures. Local officials and stakeholders are expected to collaborate in implementing these efforts to curb drug-related issues in the city. Not quite what we're looking for. So let's get to the end of the term. Oh my god, there was like a ton of investments we could have done last time. Oh no, that's already stuff that's been enacted. Let's wait until we get to like the end of the year and then we'll start making investments. Nelvisar oil field closure. That's a shame. Where one door closes, another opens. Get well soon. What am I up to? I'm currently playing Suzerain. I am playing as the Rizia. We're doing the Rizia DLC. I don't think I've ever done a full run playthrough of the Rizia DLC, so we'll see how it goes. I'd like to just annex Zeal as fast as possible in the next year. Just have the handover go through and pressure Wezek to hand it over, and then I'll try to get Pales integrated peacefully. We're gonna do a little bit of reform and a little bit of liberalism, I think. A significant chapter, but we also want to strengthen. We're not gonna join the ATO or the CSP. A significant chapter in Rizia's oil history is drawing to a close. The Nelvisar oil field at Folca de Tor, an instrumental asset since its discovery in '95, faces imminent shutdown. Despite the depletion of its once abundant reserves, the field has continually played a role in meeting Rizia's oil demands. Under the steadfast management of Rizian oil and gas, the field has stood the test of time, but nature's limits are becoming evident. When one door closes, another opens. That's tough. Stat change, manpower change. Corpse-sized mobile forces, average military manpower pool. Nelvisar oil field has been depleted, timber scarcity has raised in cost. Denial of welfare service to condists, high amount of illegal substance use. Vibrant drug trade nodes. It's a lot to do. Oil workers commemorate closing the field. Oil workers in Nelvisar organized a commemoration for the closing field, marked with a parade of the workers through the town and a large gala held in their honor. While some will keep their jobs for the foreseeable future as operations wind down, many are now unemployed and have to look elsewhere for unemployment. Couldn't be me, dude. Couldn't be me. Alright, let's do foreign relations meeting. I'd like to stay neutral in the superpower battle. The day of my foreign policy council meeting had arrived, and it was a hot one. The fans in the Palace Resna provided little relief. I decided to take in some fresh air in the palace gardens. I didn't know much about the many plants and flowers on display around me, but they were pleasing to look at and provided some welcome shade. I spent a while wandering around, then returned to the middle of the garden where a series of stone sculptures were surrounded by Rizian palms and succulents. To my left, I saw Vina reading a book on a bench beneath a decorative stone arch. In the date palm grove to my right, I caught a glimpse of my mother. Talk to Vina. I made my way to the stone arch and sat down next to my daughter. Oh, hello, Father. Do you have any questions about the past few meetings? Sorry if Uncle Hugo made you feel uncomfortable the other day. I have plenty, but I'll figure them out in my own time. All of this council stuff is old hat for you, isn't it? You've even served with some of my same people before. It's definitely now that I'm the one in charge. I can't imagine how it feels to hold all that power. What do you think about the House of Delegates? Will you go talk to them? They're the best hope we have for giving Rizians an actual voice. Any good monarch listens to the will of the people. Queen Liza has always said that. Multi-streaming? Yeah, Nova Strife. Wise words from a wise woman. By the time she was my age, she'd already been queen for a year. Imagine. A clock chimed in the distance. It was time for the meeting. Enough of the chit-chat. Let's go. As V and I walked into the council chambers, we found the other councilors already there, deep in conversation. You also used Stream back in 2020 during the COVID era? Oh, nice, Nova Strife. It was nice back then? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine it was a little easier. A superpower is suddenly taking an interest in this part of the continent. What's next? All of our children will have to learn Arcasian. The decision wasn't made with any ill intent towards Rizia. There are greater global forces at work than what's happening in a corner of South Marcopa. What the superpowers decide affects us, Mr. Squeeble. Their intent is of no importance. Care to catch me up? The three of them noticed me and fell silent. Excuse us, Your Majesty. We were just discussing the recent news concerning Lesbia's membership into the ATO. We should be concerned. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Reasonable response, Your Majesty. Respectfully, Your Grace, there's nothing reasonable about allowing Arcasia and its puppets to spread instability across the globe. What would you have us do, Duchess Cesaro? We're on shaky enough ground with Lesbia as it is. Of course we should act sensibly, but we need to show the Republic and its new friends that Rizia can hold its own. Will this a new alliance have economic consequences? That's what I want to know. COVID was a nightmare for you, user? That sounds awful. For me, it was a dream because I don't go outside anyway. But I know a lot of people got sick, so that's never good. I'm sure it will, Your Majesty. Our most significant economic relationship with Lesbia is our partnership in the Mefdian International Trade Zone. Having Arcasia behind them might well embolden Lesbia to push for a larger share in the MITs, but they'd also have Vogsland and Morella to contend with. Lesbia using Arcasia's backing to strengthen its economic ties with Pales could also have negative ramifications, especially when it comes to a new gas field. Does this development pose a threat to the Rizian monarchy? What's our current relationship with Lesbia? I would categorize them as a neutral but frosty, Your Majesty. Queen Liza's diplomacy kept us on good terms with Lesbia for a time after their transition to a democracy, but things were beginning to sour even before the Pales conflict. We still maintain embassies in each other's countries, but I haven't met with their foreign ministry yet since before the election of their new Prime Minister Alvarez. Does this development pose a threat to the Rizian democracy? Not an immediate one, Your Majesty, but we must be watchful. We have seen Arcasian-backed revolutions succeed in Rika and Xena, and we do suspect the Saisons were communicating with Arcasia prior to the 26 uprising. Kinal's ATO membership was already cause for concern 5 years ago, with Lesbia in an alliance as well. Arcasia's influence is present to both our north and our south. There's great potential for destabilization. On the other hand, Your Grace, Arcasia has friendly ties with at least one monarchy. You may call the President Dwight Walker actually boasts Rumburgian heritage. Oh, shit. What are the security implications of this alliance, Duchess Cesaro? We can definitely expect the Arcasian military to increase their presence in Lesbia. Lesbia already houses Arcasian military personnel. Air and naval bases cannot be far behind. I can't say for certain that all the firepower will be directed at us in case of a conflict, but it does enhance the threat that Lesbia, and yes, potentially Pales, poses to our kingdom. What do you think I should do? Everybody began talking at once. Hugo motioned for silence. In my view, Rizia should bolster our alliances with our fellow monarchies like Rumburg and the rest of the Guild of Royal Allies for commercial exchange. Building stronger bonds with them will not only enrich us, it will counterbalance ATO's democratic influence. That is true, but we can't rely on grace to come to our aid in a conflict. For that, we will need to build up our military and defense capabilities. I'd say it's more crucial to form new trade relationships with our other neighbors. If Lesbia becomes even more of an economic juggernaut in the region, it'll upset the balance of power. I don't think we should ignore the opportunity to thaw our relationship with Lesbia itself. I, for one, would rather handle them as a friend than a foe. Any thoughts, Grand Wiseman? Well, Your Majesty, the teachings of St. Rua compel us to exercise goodwill and compassion towards our neighbors. On the other hand, we must be watchful that Lesbia does not use its new international clout to further the spread of Dastanirist faith. You are right to grant Weshek Dastanirist a place to practice in this country, but we must also safeguard our own beliefs. Thoughts, Vina? Oh, we certainly don't want tensions to rise with Lesbia at this point, do we? Well, we don't want ATO's influence to overwhelm us either. What about cultural exchanges and other partnerships to spread Rizia's own influence beyond our borders? Soft power. I like the idea in theory, but it sounds expensive. I have an idea regarding this. I'll bring it up at the end of the meeting. I'd like to get a full picture of the geopolitical situation before offering my own opinion. Certainly, Your Majesty, that's what today is for. Lorento walked up to the chamber's back wall and pulled down a map of southern Mercopa. What shall we discuss first? We need to talk about Wayland. Of course. Lorento rearranged some of the papers he was holding. Relations with our one-time allies have been turbulent at best since the Civil War. The international unpopularity of our current president, Victor Schmolak, has only complicated matters. It's not good for us to remain linked with them. All I ask is that Wayland return Zeal as promised. After that, I'm happy to cut ties. The return is scheduled for the end of 52, Your Majesty. Wayland's access to Zeal's land and resources helped bring it out from recession after the war. Schmolak will have difficulty letting go of such a valuable asset. Can we count on him to honor the terms of the treaty? Schmolak is not as weak as he seems. It will take a great deal of time and effort before our firepower matches his. He may act bold. This looks interesting as hell. Wow, I want my country back, bro. Dude, I want my country back. Currently, their foreign ministry is working in close cooperation with us, and President Schmolak has promised to honor the treaty. In the meantime, any perceived aggression on our part may only give him an excuse to break it. Can the international community be relied on to intervene if Schmolak breaks a signed pact? Given how many countries depend on Wejek oil, either directly or indirectly, I wouldn't be so sure about that. The funding Wayland has received from UC may also have Schmolak believing he can act with impunity. What about the people of Zeal? Surely they can't wait for the land to be returned to Rizia. Half the country's native Rizian population fled during the Civil War, like the Queen Mother's parents, I recall. Among those who were stubborn enough to stay, opinion is divided. We have to remember that it's been almost 25 years. Moving on, when's my next diplomatic visit to Wayland? As a matter of fact, you're slated for a trip to Zeal at the end of the year, for the second to last Weshek Rizian Friendship Day. What's that? Game name? This is, Suzerain. Hello, Thorfinn. What's up? Friendship Day is the celebration that's been held in Zeal's each year since the treaty was signed. Since Schmolak took over, he used the occasion to trot out all the shiny new tanks Wayland's oil money and UC funding has brought him. Your presence will at the very least remind him of the occupation's temporary nature. I'll make him remember, by any means necessary. I would remind you of the necessity to remain civil. We cannot give Mr. Schmolak a reason to break the contract. For now, I propose we move on with our briefing. Isn't Pales the topic of the day? I was just about to bring up the Grand Duchy. Ugh. Gonna leave for the night? Wanna fix your sleep schedule? Gotcha, user. Have a good night, man. Your father confided in me about your meeting with Duke Reinhardt, but he never told me what came of it. Renew relationship between Rizzi and Pales as I do. It's refreshing to hear you say that. I myself advised your father to speak with the new Duke of Pales to no avail, of course. Compared to his brother Njolma, Axel Reinhardt seems far more amenable to a thaw between our countries. Why haven't I added any stuff yet? Don't they help? Which stuff, Nova Strife? Good night, user. He wasn't even born when Rizia and Pales were fighting, and I suspect he is beginning to see the disadvantages of staying connected to Lesbia. Tell me more about this relationship. Pales still has a Rizian-speaking population, right? How influential are they? They are a minority, but a vocal one. They believe in the preservation of the Rizian language, but they still consider themselves Peletian at heart. Duke Nyolma proposed Rizian's ban was a bridge too far for them. They seem to heavily favor his brother. This Vogg's land, where's Vogg's land in all this? Does Pales have any relationship to the Republic? Not a friendly one. Most Voggish Peletians were, and still are, vehemently against their ancestral homeland's turn to socialism. In turn, the Republic of Vogg's land has had nothing to do with its former colonies since the Reinhardt's decision to seek protection from Lesbia. Voggish Peletians. Overlays and banners and panels like all on the same theme. They look so good with the stream, though. Yeah, Nova Strife. The problem with that is that I'm lazy. And I definitely should make them, but I'm just lazy. Back in the 1920s, there were a few attempts at marshalling support for the Vogslandian Socialist Revolution and the Grand Duchy. None bore fruit. Tell me more about the current relationship with Pales and Lesbia. The Grand Duchy has been heavily dependent on the Republic of Lesbia since the 20s, Your Majesty. Our northern neighbor has taken extensive advantage of the natural gas reserves off the southern Peletian coast. Lesbia has also relocated a number of its major corporations to Pales in exchange for extremely generous tax breaks. In addition to the resulting income, Pales has access to Lesbian technology and military equipment, which at the moment surpasses our own. Okay. Are you leaning towards any particular diplomatic strategy regarding Pales, Your Majesty? I was open to closer ties with Pales before, but Lesbia's ATO membership might make them more complicated. Bear no ill will towards Pales, you're right. Closer relationship would be advantageous. You're right. A closer relationship would be advantageous. I would like to annex Pales peacefully. It will, Your Majesty, especially if we need to negotiate ownership of the gas field dear Elna mentioned during her briefing. Yes, exploration are still ongoing, but there's a good indication that both Rizia and Pales could have claim to the new resources. Shall I continue? The countries of the former Empire Moridia. Do you want to discuss Morella or Derdia? How about Morella? Morella is our direct neighbor. You've already heard about their new left-wing ruling coalition. Please enlighten me. After years of infighting, the country's left-leaning parties miraculously united in time to win this year's elections. The politicians who managed this feat is now Morella's new Prime Minister, Alma Saltanya, or as she might prefer it, Comrade Alma Saltanya. Hugo grimaced. Lesbia and ATO are enough of a threat without the Millennivists knocking at our back door. Both the Arcasian liberals and Millennivists hate everything we stand for. As long as we remain on good terms with Morella, I don't really care about the country's political leanings. Their leanings do affect our relationship, Your Majesty. Correct, Elna. Morella doesn't stand a chance of entering the Contania Security Pact, not with its current levels of poverty. But there are rumors that Prime Minister Saltanya has been arranging meetings with Vogslandian and Chancellor Hegel. No thanks, Nova Strife. I'm not looking for an artist right now. What are our relationship with Vogsland like? Neutral at best, Your Majesty. As we all know, House Taurus has historical ties to the late Valgos Empire, but Chancellor Hegel isn't exactly brimming with nostalgia for that era. So far, our trade relationship with Morella have not been affected, nor has our partnership with the International Trade Zone. But Morella and Vogsland teaming up in the arena could potentially be more of a concern than Lesbia. As for Morella's neighbor, Derdia, our relationship with them have become strained since the country's conversion to theocracy. However, we still maintain a number of cooperative agreements, including our acceptance of Derdian migrants as labor hands. I must say that their Supreme Wiseman, Yorga Osmal, did not approve of our ban on Galkandist pilgrims to Rizian holy sites. Yes, His Majesty, and I discussed that ban prior to our ceremony in Plavo. If the ban is harming our relationship with Derdia, perhaps it should be reconsidered. I would not be opposed to replacing the Galkandist ban with one on, say, Dasnurists. They may have strayed, gentlemen, but Galkandists and Dasnurists are both our brethren. I'm merely worried that growing numbers of Galkandist visitors at sites like Plavo and their rather physical interpretation of our religion were alienating the true Ruchist believers. I will point out that our stance on Derdia and Galkandists is far gentler than Morella's. Yes, Morella hasn't allowed Duridians of any kind into the country since the Miftian invasion in 15, though the Duridians most certainly have tried. Then how are Duridian migrants reaching Rizia? Mostly by across boat to the Gulf of Meridia. Though some are trafficked across the border and others fight their way in. Say what you will about Duridians' beliefs, you can't argue with their weaponry. It's part of their warrior culture, Duchess. Their practice is centered on martial discipline and physical strength. It'd be good to have a culture like that on our side. It'll be hard to bargain with Daridia without compromising our band, but it may be possible. I should mention that Daridian's isolation is partially self-imposed. They are suspicious of nations that do not share their particular values. Among other things, those include a hardline stance on drugs and alcohol. But Rushism permits alcohol. It's even used in our rituals, right, Grandmaster? Grand Wiseman. Sal nodded slowly. However, not all Rushists agree that such substance should be used for one's secular enjoyment. I'm sure even St. Ruick permitted himself the occasional glass of wine outside the praying hours. What about Swordland? Now that the Colonel has decided to retire, you mean? His successor is called Ewald Alfonso. From everything I've heard, he's Saul's exact opposite. In what way? Think sweeping privatization and tax cuts. Saul is forced out of power, more women in prominent positions, although he has yet to pass the kind of liberatory reforms our beloved Liza did. Speaking of Liza, she's the one who first opened trade negotiations with Swordland back when it was still a kingdom, but Saul's disdain for the monarchy kept us from continuing down that path. The Alfonso administration, meanwhile, has no such qualms about royalty. In fact, his new development minister, Gus Manger, has already had personal business dealings in Rizia. Our friend Mr. Montaro of Rizian Royal Gold has been making overtures to the Swordish oligarchy, it seems. Birds of crassly ostentatious plumage flock together. What does Swordland want from us? That hasn't been disclosed yet. The country already has abundant gas resources. They could be looking to shore up their central bank with gold in the wake of Alfonso's privatization spree. I'll contact you once Alfonso has agreed on a date for the visit. That's everything, isn't it, Mr. Esquivel? Lorenzo turned away from the map towards me. There is one more country we haven't discussed. Rumburg. Yes, how are my in-laws? Our allies, Queen Beatrice and her country, are doing fine from what we're seeing. Miss Werner already mentioned the large amounts of gold we export to the country through their strategic port Grim. We have also allowing Rumburg ships priority access to our ports in Port Jazan and Monkeys. We are, in essence, their gateway to the Antician Sea. Militarily speaking, the alliance doesn't amount to much. Rumburg will supply us with arms in case of war, but neither of our countries is officially obligated to come to the other's aid. I've heard Rumburg has been getting closer to Arcasia. Yes, the Queen is in trade talks with Arcasia as well as the western neighbors Narbruk and Erdmarg. The country's energy needs to be insatiable. It's been reaching out to any country with oil or natural gas resources. In other words, if we do start drilling in that new oil field off Alis, I expect Her Excellency will soon come calling. Becoming one of Rumburg's main energy suppliers would definitely strengthen our partnership. It would. Whether that's good or bad in the eyes of the international community is another question. I will remind the Council of our prior conversation regarding ATO and the necessity of strengthening our bond with other monarchies, especially Rumburg. Fortunately, we have living evidence of that bond right here at this table. All eyes turned to Vina. She looked up from the notes she'd been taking. Yes, don't worry, Aunt Bay. Still dotes on me. I'm like the daughter she never had. Good. See to it that you remain in Her Excellency's good graces. She knows how much I loved Lena. Maybe it's time we both arranged a visit with Aunt Bay. Hugo glanced at the clock. Before we conclude, there is still the matter of His Majesty's stance on Lesbia's ATO measured membership. Do you have any further thoughts on that? Looked at me in expectation. I like Elena's suggestion. Sealing new economic pacts with other Mercopan countries will help us become a regional power in our own right. I think the Swordland deal has particularly high potential. I am intrigued, Miss Warner, though I still believe our most important economic relationship is with Rumburg. I did have one more proposition before we adjourn. I was quite fond of the Princess' suggestion that we increase Rizian soft power outside our borders. We have also spoken with the need to stoke pro-Rizian sympathies in both Zeal and Pales. I would therefore suggest funding branches of the Ariana Taurus Association in both those regions. What does the ATA do? It's a government-funded organization that promotes Rizian culture abroad. It's currently active in Rumburg and a few other Grace members. Its satellites organize Rizian language classes, concert, art exhibitions, traditional festivals. Hello, Base Boost Central. I myself volunteer with the ATA as an ambassador for the time. I can vouch for its integrity. How do you think it would be helpful in Zil? If I may, Your Majesty, there are children Venus age in Zil who have spent their whole lives believing they're Weshek. He shuddered quietly. If the handover goes as planned, we still need to remind Zeal citizens of their true heritage. And if not, we'll need as many Rizian sympathizers on the inside as we can get. And what about Pales? If you truly intend to reconcile with Pales, strengthening the pro-Rizian sympathies of the population is a good start. It's also a failsafe in case reconciliation doesn't work out. The more Pelesians like us, the less inclined they'll be to attack us. Do we have the budget for it? We do, but expanding ATA into both Zeal and Pales will be costly. I like the idea, but it could give us an edge in upcoming trade deals, but I would advise you to choose between two regions. I would prefer to do both. Let's expand the ATA in both Zeal and Pales, yeah. I heard a sharp intake from the breath of Elena. Very well, Your Majesty, I'll allocate the funds. Is that all for today? I'm starting to lose my focus. Good work today, everyone. I think it's time we adjourn. What's my favorite ice cream? I don't know. Anything with chocolate in it, I guess. Not too much chocolate, though. I do like a little bit of chocolate, and then maybe like another flavor, or anything fruity. No, Mr. Squeeble, I've always enjoyed sharing your expertise. Anytime, Your Majesty. He rolled the map back up and collected his belongings. I walked out the chamber, glad to be done for the day. Alright, how are we doing on investments? Looks like we're half investments on some stuff. Sanctuary restoration's still going. The Taurus Hospital is gonna end next tick, it seems. Rufus Gragg's Royal Gossip Ball season begins. Confederacy of Vendonesium faces Democratic forces. Vendonism. Non-aligned movement in an AN group grows. The non-aligned movement within the Alliance of Nations is gaining traction. Rifle production halted in Folca de Tor after accident. A machine at the Folca de Tor rifle plant has experienced a malfunction, stalling weapons production for the next week. The cause is being looked into, but the plant manager indicates that, due to the ongoing labor shortage, fewer workers have been overseeing production at the plant, leading to more potential for human error. This is so sad. Excavation promises touristic and cultural renaissance. Nice. How are we doing? Worsening housing crisis. Dissatisfied Galcanus community. Neutral religious communities. Let's see. AT operations in Pales and Zeal. Right. We're not going to touch on decrees or military investments just yet. Can I really peacefully annex all of Pales? That's so scary. Swordish delegation to visit Port Trizon? Swordish President Alphonse will be arriving in Port Trizon on Monday. Interesting. In lieu of the Vice President. His Development Minister Gus Manger, as this is Swordland's first visit to Rizia in many years. Cool. Include Elna in the trade talks, of course. Development Minister Gus Manger has requested to speak with the king alone. No, I want my economic minister there. Nobody wants to remove the Galcanis Blasphemer law. Alright, let's keep it going. Non-interventionism gains moment in Arcasia under Devreux. Federation of Anraka bolsters trade ties with Ostake and Alpuris. Cool. Let's see. Esquirus gas field reserves alert. The iconic Esquirus gas field, a beacon of Rizia's energy prowess since 21, is sending distress signals. Recent reports indicate dwindling reserves at an alarming rate. While it has been a consistent contributor to Rizia's energy matrix, its operational future now seems precarious. Without immediate and targeted survey following the potential offshore excavation, the gas field is projected to cease. Find a solution by decree. Visit from the Swordland trade delegation. Ooh, it's time to get some trade going on with some Swordlands. Royal yacht, the Rizinia, smoothly cleaved through the waters of the Panyas River Delta. I stood on the deck next to Ewald Alfonso, president of Swordland. After hours of diplomatic formalities in Palace Resna, the sea breeze felt amazing. Alfonso removed his jacket and looked up admiringly at the wide cable bridge that connected Port Trazon to two halves. What a great idea this boat tour was. Would have been a pity to spend our entire visit trapped in that stuffy old palace. He rushed to correct himself. A beautiful, elegant old palace, Your Majesty. The ship's horn let out a blast as we passed beneath the bridge. Show Alfonso the new town. I directed the Swordish president's attention to the glass skyscrapers of the new town, where Rizia's banks and major corporations were headquartered. See, this is what I like about your country. You're not afraid of the future. Not one to look backwards. Neither are you, I hear. I owe a lot to Colonel Saul, but it's high time Swordland moved on. The Colonel was no great fan of monarchies, as you'll recall. Me? I'm more flexible. Nor was my father keen on democracy. Countries with differing politics can still find common ground. Exactly. Gus Manger emerged from the ship's cabin clutching a bottle of grinning triumphantly. Ewald, they have it. I tried Contuavo exactly once from a Rizian chef in Hullsort who smuggled it over in his steamer trunk. Haven't stopped thinking about it ever since. He turned to me apologetically. Our mutual friend Rossello mentioned your yacht had an excellent wine cellar, and, well, I couldn't help myself. A man of exquisite tastes. I like you already. A toast to exquisite taste, then. Butler. Pable smoothly appeared from behind us with 3 glasses. Gus handed him the bottle. Excellent choice, Mr. Manger. Please allow me. He filled the glasses and handed one to each of us. This should taste of cherry and black pepper with a faint hint of leather. We raised our glasses. To new beginnings. A new prosperity. And new friends. We drank. Gus sighed with pure pleasure. Alfonso's expression bordered on disbelief. All apologies to Geralt of Rivary, but this is in fact the best wine I've ever tasted. I told you, I know certain Swordish movers and shakers who'd kill to have access to a beverage of this caliber. Which brings me to the deal I suggested. Yes, the free trade of Rizian wine for Swordish whiskey. That's a good way to get our relationship flowing again, if you'll pardon the pun. That can't be the only reason you've traveled all this way. Call it an aperitif. Alfonso opened his attaché and pulled out a bottle of Erlery Maroon 30-year-old wine. 30-year-old. Our turn to be connoisseurs, Your Majesty. Butler, 3 tumblers, no ice. Paybell approached with 3 glasses. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you two were trying to get me drunk. One does not get merely drunk on Erlery Maroon 30-year-old. One floats. Paybell poured us each a small amount of amber-colored liquid. I'll do the toast this time. How do you people say it? Aproso? We drank. The flavor rushed over my tongue. Wood, smoke, and forest moss tapering off to a sweet, silky, smooth finish. It's heavenly. Like tasting the very soul of Erlery itself. Last I saw, your treasury crone was in the cabin reading over the terms of our proposal. Shall we haul her up and hash her out? Yes, let's. Paybell ducked into the ship's cabin and re-emerged with Elna. My treasury counselor looked slightly seasick. Pardon my absence, gentlemen. Despite my Volgish ancestry, I never warmed up to boat travel. That's very funny. The draft agreement seems sound, but I had a question about the section regarding quantities. You're proposing an equal amount of wine and whiskey be traded per year, when more demand currently exists for the former than the latter. See, this is why I brought her along. Good catch, Miss Werner. We can change that section if you'd like. Quantity subject to market demand. Demand in Rizia will skyrocket once Earlery Maroon hits the market, trust me. So is it a trade, Your Majesty? Expect to see all our bars serving shortish whiskey by the next year. Elna flipped open her ledger and made a quick note. Excellent, Your Majesty. Another reason for me to return to this gem of a country. The yacht lingered at the mouth of the Zapna of the Panya Delta as the sun lowered in the sky, turning the water from a turquoise to gold. As much as Swordland's most valued citizen would appreciate your wine, we believe there's something else they'd find even more stunning. He gestured his surroundings, then down at the short-sleeved shirt he was wearing. Have you thought about Rizia's untapped tourism potential, Your Majesty? I'm listening. Port Trezon is gorgeous enough, but your beaches... I know that for a long time international tourists stayed away from the Valenquirus coast because of the delicate situation with Pales. He pronounced the last word as Palais. As Pales. Oh, it's Palais. It's not Pales. I've been saying Pales the whole time. It's Palais, Mr. Manger. Rhymes with ballet. Oh, sorry. I've never had the occasion to speak the name aloud. My point is that it might finally be... I'm such a swordish, man. I can't do Rizia, dude. I'm a sword. I'm a sword from head to toe. Bring your underdevelopment shores to life. I took the liberty of hiring a designer to draw this up. He reached inside his jacket pocket and pulled out a sheet of paper with the sketch on it. I recognized the beach it depicted. It was a picturesque stretch of sand and monkeys, not far from the palace where I'd grown up. Right on the coastline, the designer had placed a sprawling complex with a swimming pool and tennis courts. On it was assigned Coranti Resort Valenquir. Valenquiri. You made a ciggy out of paper? All I need is crack? Nice, L. All I need is a shot of crack cocaine and I'll be finished. Taos Taurus would never stand for this. You are the head of Taos Taurus, are you not? Our partners are considered significant investments along the Valenquiri coast. If all went well, the Coranti Resort would only be the first step. Alfonso swirled the last drop of whiskey around in his glass. I'm aware how your nobles see swordish oligarchs. I'm also aware that their world-renowned riches have diminished with each successive generation. Change is not merely inevitable, Your Majesty. It's the only way to preserve the lifestyle to which we're all so accustomed. Your grandmother understood that. Well said, Mr. President. My relatives could use a good shock to the system. So that's a yes on the proposal. Yes, as long as the final design is less gaudy. I'll pass that on to our partners. Alfonso rubbed his hands together. Ooh, I got that Valenquiri postcard. In less than an hour, we've accomplished more than our countries that our predecessors managed in 30 years. Quite the feat indeed. I'd say that calls for celebrations. Butler, another bottle. You heard the man, Paybell. Paybell reappeared, another bottle in his hands. He filled our glasses, a neutral expression on his face. The yacht began to turn back towards Port Trezon as the sun disappeared over the horizon. I got the Valenquiri postcard. Crowded, sun-kissed beaches adorn this postcard. Heaven to some, although some prefer a more private, secluded seaside retreat. It's an homage to Rizia's blossoming tourist industry sent from the personal regards from Marcel Coranti. Look at us. Monteclar? Alka Springs Leisure Club closed amid homosexual revelations. Police in Monteclar conducted a raid of the so-called health retreat. Alka Springs Leisure Club following a tip-off that the bathing facility was in fact a gathering place for the local homosexual community. During their unscheduled visit, several same-sex couples were indeed found to be engaging in illegal activity. They were promptly arrested and Leisure Club shut down. Law enforcement is losing grip in districts. Several provincial reports described a rise in unexplained violence, sudden erosion in local control, and some uncooperative police posts. Certain low-income neighborhoods have grown difficult to enter without warning or resistance. Look into our internal security situation. Rizia signs pair of historic deals with Swordland, indeed. Swordland and Rizia re-established ties. United Contania suppresses protests in the south. Let's see. Regional tourist destination and Swordland's HOS resort deal. We love a little bit of economics, if you will. Azaros rebuked for conducting military exercise close to Terrador border. The governor of Terrador has issued a stern rebuke to the Azaros of Cardes Monteclar after their provincial military conduct exercises near the Pales Administrative District, labeling the drills as unnecessarily provocative. The governor called for restraint and dialogue to address any interprovincial tensions. The statement emphasized the importance of a peaceful coexistence and cooperation within the Kingdom of Rizia. Monkeys reports ship logjam. Nearly 30 container ships were caught in a logjam by the port of Monkeys yesterday, many of them transporting goods to Rumberg's Port Grim. Officials say this highlights the need to upgrade the facilities for faster docking and processing. That is true. Commission the Taurus family statues. There's been a proposition to erect statues across the nation in honor of the grand legacy of House Taurus. The choices are varied. One that honors King Valero, another showcasing the late king alongside his son Ramus, or a grand portrayal of the entire recent Taurus lineage. Commission the entire family? No need for statues. Alright. Wait. There's been an update to my government overview. Trade deal with Swordland. Conversation with Vina. It was low tide. The waves of the Antician Sea lapped at the sands below the cliffs of Monkeys. A trail was carved into the cliffside, just wide enough for a single horse. Vina picked up speed as she guided her mare, Lysia, around a sharp curve. Go fast yourself. I urged my own horse on. She balked at the steep drop, slowing us down. Vina glanced back at me with a grin. Meet you at the beach. I watched her fly down the trail. She'd thrown herself onto a horseback riding after Lena died. She kept a few horses and portraits on as well, but Lizzie was her favorite. I followed her at a leisurely pace, taking time to gaze up at the hill at Palace Monkeys, with Hubert Taurus as governing of the province from his own estate. I was free to visit my old home and its private beach anytime I liked. At the bottom of the trail was a sheltered cove where Paybell had laid out a picnic lunch, dismounted and sat down next to Vina. Really didn't have to come back to Monkeys with me, father. Too hectic in Port Trazon. I gotta do some glad-handing here anyway before the Swordish invasion begins. A Swordish resort in Monkeys. I can't believe you agreed to that. It was the right diplomatic move, I'm sure of it. I'll miss the unobstructed views, though. She picked up a lobster salad sandwich from the picnic basket and nibbled at it. A solemn silence descended as we stared out at the waves. 8 years since she died. When I'm here, it might as well have been yesterday. Tell me about it. Hurts every time we come back here. We keep doing it anyway. I can't even dip my toe in the water, it'll all come rushing back. Let yourself remember. The break in the Coast Guard's voice as he told me the news. This hospital staff muttering meaningless reassurances. The beep in the ventilator as my wife slipped in and out of consciousness. Have I been on that boat, would things have gone differently? In another timeline, were there 3 of us sitting on this beach instead of 2? Tears formed at the corners of my eyes. Don't resist. I started sobbing. Vina appeared at a loss for words. She tentatively put a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, father. I didn't realize it was all still fresh for you as well. I miss her so much. Me too. But it's gotta get easier sometime, right? She wiped her eyes. And you can't stay a widower forever. 8 years and not so much as a date. Looking after you has been my #1 priority. You can't use that as an excuse for much longer. She nervously picked up a handful of sand and let it run through her fingers. So if you were to meet someone, what if you had a son? Who would be your successor when you died? I don't know, Vina. If the situation ever arises, it'll be a hard decision. She folded her arms. Thanks. It's lovely to know all my preparations may or may not be in vain. She uncrossed her arms again with a look of contrition. Sorry, father. I do understand the importance of royal tradition, but it's frustrating to not have any power over my lot in life. This is all completely hypothetical. Just assume that you're my successor and prepare yourself accordingly. Yes, that's what I've been doing. The tide was beginning to lap up the edge of our blanket. We stood up and pulled away from the water. Father, one more thing. What? It's just... Grandmother is always on about how I need to find the right husband. How important is he really who I'm gonna marry? Do you have any candidates in mind? No, but do you? Are you gonna marry me off like your father did to you? My arranged marriage was the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm still considering all the options. She fixed me with a stare. You and Mother were lucky to fall in love. Most marriages are miserable. Relax, I might suggest a potential husband or two, but I'll never drag you to the altar. She looked relieved. I'm interested in hearing those suggestions. She hopped astride Lizzie. Sorry to run, but one of the countesses from my school days have been inviting me for tea. She's just a few estates down the beach from here. Try and gauge her reaction to the Swordish resort idea, will you? Have fun. I'm glad we were able to talk. So am I. She rode away. The trip back up the palace felt a lot longer than the way down. It was dusk by the time I returned to the horse in the stables. I staggered through the doorway of Palace Monkeys, exhausted. Pabel swiftly took my coat. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Where's the princess? She's visiting with a friend, but she wanted to thank you for lunch. Monkeys lobster. It's never so sweet as when it's fresh out of the water. There's a warm bath waiting for you upstairs in case you're sore from the ride. You've read my mind, Pabel. All part of the job. I made my way to Palace Monkey, master bathroom, where an enormous claw-footed tub was filled to the brim with soapy, eucalyptus-scented water. I undressed and got in. It's right arm time. Let me think. I'm hopping in the tub. Let me think. I hop in the tub. I grab my washcloth, and I rub my left arm. I scrubbed my left arm. The temperature was perfect. The tap came at the door so soft I thought I was imagining it first. Your Majesty. Yes? May I come in? I forgot to leave you a towel. Alright, come in. The door slowly opened and Pabel entered, a fluffy towel on his arms. He hung it on the hook on the wall. I noticed an identical towel on the hook next to it. Thank you, you're dismissed. He took a step closer to the tub, contentiously keeping his eyes on the wall. Actually, there was something I wanted to bring up without any guards around. Sounds serious. It might be, or it might not be. I'm not sure. There was a small stool next to the tub. He moved it to and sat with his back to me. Well, what did you want to tell me? Pell spoke the next word slowly. Your Majesty, how much you've been told about your father's death? Not a lot. Do you suspect something? Hello, Jaden. I'm playing Suzerain. Well, this is what I know. You remember my father, the groundskeeper? When I was younger, he showed me every single plant in the gardens of Palace Resna. One of them was Mandragora. Big leaves, pretty, purple flowers. He told me you can make an extract from its roots. A little bit helps you sleep. More than that causes delirium. And a lot stops your heart. I see where this is going. I know, it seems presumptuous, but when I attended to your father on the sickbed, he didn't seem like a man suffering from heart failure. He was in a complete daze, as if he didn't even recognize me. After he died, I went to that part of the garden where my father had planted the Mandragora. Nothing but a smooth patch of dirt. Could someone have slipped it in his supper? Pabel grimaced. I was tasting all His Majesty's food at the time, so whoever it was would have to be very creative. If he was poisoned, the coroner would have caught it. Mandragora is a naturally occurring substance. It may not have raised a flag. When was the last time you saw the plants? A few months before that, maybe. I remember the flowers blooming. So yes, it's possible their disappearance had nothing to do with the king's death. Who was around the palace that night? The Queen Mother, obviously, Grand Wiseman Ignatius, Titus, and his men. Lucita Azara was also in town, meeting with your uncle to discuss the interim security counselor position. So quite the list, not including me, of course. Alright, let's say father was indeed poisoned. What would be the motivation? We both know His Majesty had a long list of enemies, but the goal could simply have been to put you on the throne. So I have a secret friend in the palace. Or I'm next. No matter what, I would urge you to look out for yourself. There were only a few people King Valero trusted by the end, and my suspicions were correct. It means one of them took advantage of that trust, and all those people are still in your inner circle today. Yes, I'm going to look into it further. Pabel nodded. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. What do you think I should do next? I wish I knew. Try to find out as much as you can without raising suspicion, I guess. I'll keep an ear out myself. Palace gossip gets around. I am the royal butler. It's my job to have your back. If you've said all you have to say, you're dismissed. That's everything, Your Majesty. I hope your bath water is still warm. He quietly exited the room, leaving me to finish my bath. After a thorough sucking, I dressed and headed to my study. I still had some work to go over the next trip. I think there's an achievement for actually having gay sex with people, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go pee and get a refill, but if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that there is like a path you can go down to like legalizing like gay marriage and stuff like that. It's very funny. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get back to it. Ooh, wow. Wow. Let me see. Let me fix that. There we go. What? Not the collection. Okay. News. Save the Arfuld. A coalition pleads for support. What is it? Non-governmental organizations call itself Save the Arfeld. It's called the governments Rizia, Lesbia, Morella, and Volksland to acknowledge the devastation wreaked on Morella's Arfeld River watershed. The IT zone. Gold mining venture. Preparations underway for the 24th annual Weshik Rizian Friendship Day. Save the Arfeld campaign asks for support, deciding whether to support the environmental coalition. Yeah, of course. Morella-based non-profit coalition Save the Arfeld is organizing a campaign to raise awareness around the pollution of Arfeld's river watershed. They claim the river has been contaminated by heavy acidic wastewater runoff from the mines in the nearby Meftium International Trade Zone. They're asking the trade zone stakeholders, including Rizia, for their financial support. Let's see. Officials warns of potential housing crisis. Yeah. A private audience with a revolutionary Malvanius group propaganda ban. I'm going to ignore this. Ban all millennialist propaganda. No thanks. I'm going to ignore it. Receive substantial donations. After requesting donations from all of the MIT stakeholders, Coalition reported substantial gifts from Volxam, Morella, and Rizia, only Lesbia refusing to donate to the cause. Is now a member of the ATO. We have an unfriendly military relationship with them. Alvarez warns not to underestimate millennialism. Yeah. Your mom, dude. Pale's Resna Portrazon. The crisp morning air filled my lungs and I crossed the palace courtyard with Hugo. I was headed to a long overdue meeting with the Titus regarding the Golden Guard. My uncle had insisted on accompanying me. I'm glad you've arranged a formal meeting with Captain Gordian. There's much to be gained in fostering a robust relationship. Agreed, there's substantial benefits to strengthening ties between us. More than you know, I believe the Golden Guard possesses an untapped potential that would prove quite advantageous should the need arise. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Captain Gordian can tell you more. Do you believe Gordian can be trusted, Hugo? He is, without a doubt, one of the most trustworthy individuals in the entire kingdom. And I look forward to getting to know him better. It wasn't long before we'd crossed the courtyard and reached the armory, which also served the Golden Guard's headquarters. As we approached, a pair of soldiers, flanked on either side of the entrance, greeted us with a formal salute. Salute back. Hugo and I continued on our way. Upon entering the armory, I found myself surrounded by a collection of old weaponry and armor on display. The polished shields and rusted swords appeared from frozen in time. We eventually reached a training facility where we found Captain Gordian in boxing gloves sparring with another Golden Guardsman. My money's on Captain Gordian. What do you say, 50 guilder? Sure want to see what happens. Certainly. As the two men circled each other, we observed their careful dance before they engaged in combat. Although the other fighter managed to land a few hits, the match concluded with Captain Gordian prevailing, thanks to the powerful punch to the opponent's jaw. Applaud. I lightly applauded his win. The captain turned to face us. He and his opponent bowed their heads when they saw me. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I didn't see you there. You're earlier than I expected. I should be the one apologizing for interrupting you. No need, but I appreciate the sentiment. I was just showing our newest recruit a thing or two in the ring. You'll have to teach me to fight like that sometime. If I do my job correctly, you'll never need to. But enough tomfoolery. I know you must be very busy. Captain Gordian removed his boxing gloves as he headed towards an entrance to another wing of the armory. Well, Your Majesty, shall we? Let's go. After you. Hugo and I caught up to Titus as he stepped inside the building. On entering, we were once again enveloped by an array of antiquated weaponry and armory. Titus motioned towards the displays. I brought most of this out of the storage room soon after I took command. A considerable portion of what you might see is in bad shape and required extensive refurbishment. Please take such an interest in preserving Rizia's history. Quite the arsenal you've got here, Captain. Believe me, this is just a fraction of what the palace has got tucked away. If you desire, I'd be honored to provide you with the background and history of anything here. Please, by all means. Excellent. Where would you like to start? Why don't you tell us about the swords? I motioned to a broadsword prominently displayed at the center of the room. Terrador's Fury. Its notoriety spans back several hundred years just after the Empire of Valgos seized Pales from Rizia. Although we lost our most important port, we managed to keep our enemy from making further inroads into the kingdom to battle at Terrador. Legend has it, this sword took off the head of the Valgos army's top general. A bad day for him. To put it lightly. If you'd like, Your Majesty, I can have the sword polished for ceremonial use. That would be great. Is there anything else you're curious about? The impressive suit of armor. I pointed to an intrinsically adorned armored suit that stood out amongst the others. That would be the armor of King Henricus Taurus, the ancestor from whom all members of your house are descended. After securing power on Monkeys, his dynasty maintained a stronghold over the city-state throughout the Marcaean era. Upon the foundation of the Kingdom of Rizia, they assumed control over the entire province of Valenquiris. I'm sure His Majesty knows the history of his own house, Captain. Yes, but it's always good to refresh myself on our history. What else would you like to know? Whatever that is. I gestured towards a metallic coffin-like contraption that stood upright. That would be a Saint Mercy, our aptly named Iron Maiden. A torture device from a bygone era, it was last used on a suspected spies during the War of Rizian Succession. Lined with spikes on the inside, it was designed to inflict excruciating pain when closed. I can think of a few people who would benefit from such physical therapy. I'm not being serious, of course. You'll be happy to know it hasn't been used in quite some time. Hypothetically, could it still be used today? I don't see why not. However, much more sophisticated and enhanced interrogation methods have arisen in the meantime. What else can I tell you about? Enough history. I'm ready to move on. Very well. This way, sir. We continued onward until we reached Captain Gordian's office on the far side of the hall. It, too, was adorned with a large collection of war memorabilia. Captain Gordian gestured to his sitting area. Please have a seat. Uncle Hugo sat on a sofa that looked like it had been plucked from the 19th century. I shall sit down. I took a seat in a leather armchair close by. The captain took out a bottle of wine from a cabinet. Would you care for some fortified wine? It's an exceptional vintage dating back from 93. From Rizia's very own Cantuavo vineyards. I didn't know you were a connoisseur, Captain, but I'll have a glass. Stay sharp for the rest of the day's activities. Of course. Captain Gordian uncorked the bottle and poured us each a glass. We briefly toasted and took a sip. Gross. After putting it away, he settled in a chair across from me. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company today? Looking to develop a clear understanding of the individuals comprising my security detail, particularly the man who's leading them. Well, I'm more than happy to tell you about myself, though you might find hearing about the Golden Guard more interesting. Well, why don't you tell me more about yourself? Well, I was born and raised in Port Trezon. My father was in the military while my mother took care of me and my siblings. I had a fairly normal childhood until my father was killed during the operation to take back Pales. So much senseless blood may it never happen again. For what it's worth, sir, he believed in the cause. He never turned against King Valero. Needless to say, his death brought about a long period of financial instability. My mother did what she could, but it wasn't enough. How'd you get by? I took up championship boxing to support us. You fared well, I assume. Good enough to catch the eye of military recruiters. I do sometimes miss those days in the ring on occasion. I worked my way up through the ranks just a few years ago when General Tadius Cesaro approached me with the idea of reinstating the Golden Guard. Speak on the Golden Guard. I'd be honored. As you already know, each guardsman stationed in this palace and across Rizia Imperii has sworn an oath to protect the royal household. We answer to no one else but you. Go on. Gladly. Aside from the general security, the Golden Guard has had a long history of carrying out more private matters for the king. How intriguing. Please elaborate. Well, I'm definitely interested. I'm hearing more. Let's just say the public is better off not knowing the types of operations we've handled beyond simple security. Titus hesitated a moment, casting a curious glance at Hugo as he did. Alright, I'll come out and say it. Since the founding of the Golden Guard, long before your father reinstated them, they were known to engage in espionage. They also carried out arrests and even liquidation of individuals who posed threat to the crown. Since their return, their dealings with such matters has been limited in scope. However, the potential to broaden their flexibility is still there. Is it wrong to see great potential in sanctioning such actions? As I said, I am at your command. Outside of less scrupulous dealings, it might also pique your interest to know that they were once tasked with serving in emergency firefights in events of an unruly blaze. Long time ago, yes, but it was more to do with public relations. By deploying us to assist in disaster relief, the Crown could demonstrate concern for the well-being of the local populace. You can be rest assured that I won't be sending you out to fight any firefighting excursions. Much appreciated. Your comprehensive explanation is appreciated. I'm glad I can provide you with further insight. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Hypothetically speaking, for the Golden Guard to support the Crown in a murder investigation. What do you deem to be the biggest threat to my personal safety right now? Titus looked around and turned back to me. Your government security forces seem to have handled on the populace, but who has a handle on them? I want to overstep my bounds too early into my employ, but I do believe the Azaros could pose a threat. Please don't worry, His Majesty, with such speculations, Captain Gordian. House Azara and House Taurus have been close allies since the War of Rizian Succession. Don't be hastily dismiss the captain's suspicions, Hugo. Wouldn't be surprised if the Azaras had designs on the throne. I will try to keep close eye on them with the limited resources the Golden Guard has been given. Would the Golden Guard aid our military if war broke out? Titus saluted reflexively. Certainly, Your Majesty. Some suspect that the Golden Guard's secret involvement helped your ancestors Dariana Taurus army win the War of Rizian Succession. With our current numbers, however, I fear we would not be much of use. You have your eyes on me at all times, even during intimate moments. It is our utmost aim to protect the royal family's security while respecting your privacy. You can expect that we'll be watching you and your family members in public and standing guard outside any room you enter. But what you do in that room is no business of ours. Good. That is the correct answer. Discretion is the Golden Guard way. Is it possible, hypothetically speaking, for the Golden Guard to support the Crown in a murder investigation? Hugo straightened up, suddenly more alert. Titus appeared unfazed. If we were granted the resources, such an investigation would not be out of our question. Would you care to elaborate? I will, should the need arise. I'm still determining if there's sufficient justification for an inquiry. There isn't a murder. I'm speaking purely of speculative contexts. Very well. Either way, I'm at your service. That will be all. Thank you. If there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks again for your hospitality, Captain. Before long, Hugo and I left the army. We were making our way back to the palace courtyard. I think that was a very productive meeting, if I do say so myself. I agree. Your counsel was greatly appreciated. As do I. Strengthening ties has its benefits, as you rightly pointed out. Let's hope for continued amicability. I have no doubt that it will. Such collaboration will not only elevate, but bring us closer to our goals. Hugo paused and scrutinized me for a moment. A murder investigation, Your Majesty. Is there something you'd like to tell me? As I said, I was asking hypothetically. Very well, I was only wondering. Hugo and I said our goodbyes and parted ways. I still wasn't fully sold on whether or not Titus could be trusted, but I was satisfied knowing that my influence over him remained strong. For now. A golden opportunity? Zaranists seek refuge in Ostioke and Malapurna. Jesus. Rufus Gragg's royal gossip. General Carlos gunning for love. Whoa. Chill, girl, chill. It's the Wejik Rizian Friendship Day. Malsavar oil field ends production. Nelly Sevar. Wejik Rizian Friendship Day. Smolak Square in Zeal. I couldn't tell if the sky was growing darker, if it was just the tinted windows of the armored car. Our motorcade slowed as it approached the Zeal border. A concrete barrier rose up in front of us, its top strung with barbed wire. My mother had insisted on accompanying me to Wejik Rizian Friendship Day festivities. She leaned against the window, uncharacteristically quiet. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking you ought to have chosen a different jacket to go with those trousers. Say, might we have time for a quick detour once we reach town? Of course. She leaned forward and gave the driver an address. He nodded. As the border, we presented our identification documents and the official invitation from President Schmolak as we crossed. The road turned uneven. Promise me you'll get these highways back up and running once Zeal is returned. It's at the top of my list. Factory smokestacks rose up on either side of us. Through the haze, I spotted numerous shantytowns built over the past few years to house miners and refinery workers. We entered the city and drove on through a maze of tenement buildings, their facades hastily repainted to hide the damage from the war 20 years ago. As my mother had instructed him to do, the driver veered down a side street that led towards the coast. We stopped in front of a small wooden building with a collapsed roof. The front porch was partly buried in sand, jagged teeth of broken glass lined the window frames. They say you can't go home again. Rarely do they mean it. This literally. She blinked back tears. Can't believe this is the same place we used to go every summer. She put a hand on my shoulder. I never brought my parents here after they fled to Rizia. I knew it would break their hearts. I wish they could have seen it one last time the way it used to be. I thought back to my carefree summers in Zeal. My grandparents had spent the last 10 years of their lives in Palace Resna, surrounded by luxury, but they never seemed as happy as they did in this house. I'll fix it up one day. It'll be our summer home again. That ship has sailed, child. Just think, if it hadn't convinced Valero to get Wayland involved in our affairs, none of this would have happened. She looked down at her hands. The Wejik president back then was such an upstanding man. How could I have known he'd go and get himself killed? There was a period of instability across all of Marcopo, playing with fire. Would you have done any differently if Vina was in danger? We both fell silent. After a few moments, she plastered a smile on her face. Enough dallying, driver. Step on it. We've got a date with a psychopath. We returned to the main road and drove towards Smolak Square, a circular plaza in the center of town that had once been named after Duke Fado Sezon. A silver stretch limousine has parked just in front of the square. Our driver stopped and we exited the car, flanked by our guards. Say what you will about Smolak, he never makes a dull entrance. A dozen uniformed soldiers hurriedly got into formation around us and the limo. The door opened and Victor Smolak stepped out. Your Majesty, King Rhombus, Queen Mother Estella. He made a sweeping, exaggerating bow and straightened up with a grin. Welcome to Wayland. Please, make yourselves at home. Starting to sing Zeal remains in good hands. Yes, yes, this square used to be gray and boring, now look at it. He gestured out to the square where a colorful banner reading 24 years of Weshik-Rizian friendship hung above a trio of gleaming tanks. It's my first time at one of these ceremonies. What's gonna happen? The usual. I make a speech, you make a speech, the press takes pictures, everyone goes home happy. Listen to the crowd, they're already happy. The square was surrounded by grandstands, one side decorated in the colors of Wayland's flag, the other in Rizia's blue, orange, and gold. I heard loud cheers emanating from them. I've invited the finest representatives from both our countries to join us for this special occasion. Follow me if you will. Crack? Crack. Crack cocaine, even. Space crack. A semicircular stage was set up in front of the tanks. The crowd roared as we crossed the square and made our way over to it. Looking up to the grandstands, I noticed armed guards standing on every level. A captive audience, that would explain the enthusiasm. Maybe they're happy. Nice idea. The crowd at my coronation sounded lackluster by comparison. My mother and I took our seats. Victor stepped up to the microphone. Did I restart the stream again? No, Graham. Just the one time. Did it close out and then start again? It says I've been going for 2 hours. Weshak, Rizians, people of Zeal. 24 years ago, the glorious country of Wayland was given custody over this land. A great honor and a tremendous responsibility. Wayland didn't only gain new territory that day, we gained new friends. Oh, I closed out the chat box and opened it up again so it would clear out on that right side because emote spam is cringe. He gestured meaningfully towards the Rizian side of the stands. After a few seconds, they broke out into scattered applause. My mother murdered a harsh-sounding curse in Zeal dialect. What'd you just say? May your testicles be strung by 1,000 jellyfish. Nice. Together we have overcome war, repaired our economy, and made great strides in science and industry. Even the decision of the Taurus family to ally Rumburg, a nation that obviously wishes Wayland harm, could not diminish the beautiful bond we have formed. I look forward to strengthening that bond for many, many years to come. He stepped to the side and pulled a rope attached to the flagpole. A massive Weshik flag unfurled and a much smaller Rizian one. I sat back in my chair and kept silent. Today I'm especially delighted to be blessed with the presence of Rizia's new king, as well as the Queen Mother, of course. They are heirs to a long, proud legacy, one that would have been shattered had Wayland and Rizia not made the fateful decision to work hand in hand. On that note, please give a warm welcome to King Rhombus Taurus. I stood up. The Rizian side of the stands immediately erupted in a loud, authentic-sounding applause. Thank you, President Smolak. It is an honor to be here in Zeal on the anniversary of our historic treaty. Tried out a Switch I got the other day. You didn't see the hype? Really, Graham? Was it the second Switch or the first one? What games did you play? Pay me when father signed away this beautiful part of Rizia, yet I knew it was for the greater good. Clean break with the past and begin looking forward to the future. I will never forget what Wayland did for my family and my country. A clean break with the past and begin looking towards the future. In 1 year, Rizia will resume governorship of Zeal, but I hope that will not mean an end to our country's friendly cooperation. Support Rizians and Weshiks alike through the upcoming peaceful transfer of power. I know that I can count on President Wayland to do what's best for Zeal until it's back in Rizia's custody. Long live our friendship. Both sides of the stands applauded. Victor gave me an appraising glance, then readjusted the microphone. What a speech! The king's got charms! Just played the Fall Guys since your outlet was not compatible with the charger. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I can see buying a Nintendo product would be to own other Nintendo products. Nintendo has this sort of like Apple, idea about the product that they sell. Which is that you should be married into their, like, system, you know? But if I want to play a Nintendo product, I'm probably just gonna pirate it. We have a terrific evening of entertainment lined up, but first we must commemorate this landmark meeting of world leaders with a traditional triple tank salute. There was a rumbling from behind us with 3 tanks aimed their barrels into the sky. My mother and I looked at each other. After you, Mr. Smolak. A Victor Smolak special. Victor raised a finger up in the air. 1! The tank on the left fired, sending a plume of gold-colored smoke high into the stands. The crowd gasped in excitement. 2! The gun mounted to the tank on the right went off. This time the smoke was magenta. 3! His count was interrupted by an unidentified voice in the distance, shouting, "For the king!" Victor whipped his head around in shock, a frenzied look in his eyes. I turned to my mother. Who was that? A deafening blast, much louder than the 2 that had preceded it, echoed from the opposite end of the square. I turned towards the source of the sound and saw that Wezhik's side of the stands engulfed in flame. I flung myself in front of my mother. Your Majesty! Titus rushed to our side, gun at the ready. Screams of fear and confusion were rising up from all around. What's happening? Security breach, sir. Victor stood beside us on the podium, his own gun drawn. He was surrounded by a thick cordon of Wezhik guards. We gotta get you out of here. He and Smolak's guards exchanged a series of hand signals. The crowd had begun fleeing in every direction. Titus grabbed my arm and swiftly started ushering me away. I took one last look back. Smoke was now rising from the Wezhik grandstand. Part of the structure had collapsed, and soldiers were working to free the people trapped underneath. The next few moments were a blur as we made our way through the panicking hordes of civilians. Victor's limo pulled up and Titus roughly shoved me inside. Thank God you're safe. My mother's voice shook. She and Victor were sitting across from me, looking dazed. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. It's no great mystery, Your Majesty. Smolak had fire in his eyes. If your people have anything to do with this, well, there will be a price to pay. He kept his eyes on me as the car began to pull away. Feels like a tablet mixed with an Xbox. The run's going fine, I guess. So far, so good. We just started, so it's not going too bad. King unharmed and Zeal bombing. Will Zeal innocent disrupt fragile bond between Rizia and Wayland? That's what he wants. He wants to attack us. And we will happily attack him. Preliminary report on Friendship Day bombing incident. Capitalism? Yeah, capitalism. We have no money, but a lot of authority and a little bit of energy, so I would like to, if I can, invest in energy production. If I can. Landowners tax, remove income tax, raise base income tax, enact inheritance tax, provide energy heating subsidies for subjects. Let me see. Tax credits for businesses, welfare privatization, privatize crown lands, welfare, trade, initial global energy sale, no. First batch of military ships to the international market. Ora. Provincial levy obligations, legalize illegal substances. Mass political amnesty for anti-monarchists is very funny. Enforce pledge of allegiance to monarchy. Crown supreme strength. Raise the base income tax. 2 to 5 budget per turn based on economy, -4 authority. Provide energy heating substance. Enact inheritance tax from the RPP. Probably a bad idea. Remove the income tax would be an awful idea. On a daring fiscal revision, enhancing the disposable income of citizenry, potentially stimulating economic vibrancy. Welfare privatization. That gives me an administration balance and an energy per return and extra budget. Sal Ignatius does not like this decision making. Hello, Banana. By proposal of the Rizian National Coalition, this royal decree transitions the minority of the welfare, health, and education services to the private sector. The bill move seeks to harness private sector efficiencies, reduce energy costs, thereby promising enhanced service quality and tailored solutions for the denizens of the land. Many in the business community anticipate opportunities for growth. Certain societal factions, especially the average citizen, and the Rizian People's Party might harbor concerns over the negative implications of such privatization. I will be signing this one. Energy subsidies for industry. No. Tax credits for businesses. Authority, budget, authority, and budget per turn. Awful. Public rail transportation subsidies. Invest in the pharmaceutical industry could be good for us. Privatize the crown land. Invest in the timber industry would probably be even better. The kingdom's issues a decree to expand its timber industry, focusing on responsible harvesting and processing of lumber for construction and export. This investment will create a new opportunity in rural areas, providing a critical source for both domestic and international markets. Timber industry becomes stable and sustainable source of economic growth. That is what I want. I will sign this decree. Alright, well, I do not want to privatize the crown lands. +6 budget goes crazy though. Let's see. I do want to get rid of my authority and some of my energy. Landowners tax. Raise the base income tax. -4 authority, but gives me -5 budget return based on the economy. 2 to 5 based on how the economy's doing. Raises the income tax rate to 10 to 20% to bolster the national treasury. Thank you. Alright, I've got 1 more authority, 2 more budget. Addiction treatment centers is funny. Addiction treatment centers established across the kingdom to support individuals seeking help with substance abuse. Buy first batch of military equipment from the international market could be good. Construction, build military equipment factory. -1 authority, -2 budget, 500 military equipment per, and -1 energy production. I would rather invest into more energy. Let's build a military equipment factory. Let's do it. Volca de Tor. Alright, I'm out of resources, but I'll get more next tick. Hello, Lowland. Borderlands refused to launch, yeah. Much needed boost announced for arms industry, tax increases for all. Timber investment by the crown. Welfare partially privatized, palace promises enhanced service quality. Alright, next chapter. Ties have been tattered. Let's see. Arcasian struggles in South Thenia. Not my problem. Good, I guess. Topes Consumer Industries Park, operational. The new manufacturing hub in Topes is now operational, producing clothing, tools, and basic appliances. It's launched to expand production, create jobs, and position the city as a key center for domestic goods. Good. That should boost our economy a little. Organized crime undermines local control. Coordinated criminal networks are now operating with visible confidence. Reports show interference in police duties, the disappearance of key informants, and manipulated court procedures. Drug flow is accelerating, and certain areas now operate under informal gang rule. Local officials request stronger coordination from the center. Negative authority per turn. Dang. Our authority, minor problem, unworthy. They will face consequences. That's a shame. Restored ancient city site, consumer industry park, and Topes. Resident City restoration has been finished. Restoration efforts of the ancient Resident City center of Topes has been completed, with hundreds of facades renewed and the old roads being brought to the surface again. Concrete that was used to cheaply plaster over decaying ancient infrastructure has been removed, displaying the city to the public as it once was. Several ancient excavation sites around the city have also opened, many of them expected to draw tourists from all over Rizia and Rakopa. These include an ancient villa, as well as a horse racing track and an aqueduct. Several other archaeological sites are still being excavated and are expected to gradually open in the years to come. Cool. Let's see. Lower conscription age, remove the provincial police. increase conscription duration, increase provincial levy, expand border guard, launch anti-narcotics campaign, legalize illegal substances, mass political amnesty for anti-monarchists, launch Crown Supreme campaign, +4 authority, +1 authority, -5 budget, -1 administrative balance. Nationwide campaign will aggressively expand the monarchy's presence across media, education, and public spaces to modernize royal messaging and embed the crown into daily life. Expanding the crown's authority. -2 authority, 1 energy, 5 budget. 1 energy, 5 budget. Turn implementation. Authority capacity increased, authority per turn on completion. 5 budget capacity increased, 1 balance. I need energy investment. I would like to legalize substances, though. Legal substances. We'll see. The Ramos Taurus Hospital. I haven't looked at my military in a while. We need more trucks and stuff. Taurus Levias. Azaro Elites. Saison Levies. Marine, Mountaineer, Mercenary, Flagship, Bomber Fleet, Fighter Fleet. Ancient Walled City of Taupes. Rise of Private Enterprise, Strained Timber Supply. Low trade volume. And the Ramos Taurus Hospital. Let's see, new hospital has been opened. Sweet. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. We are going to pause our run of Suzerain for today, and I'm going to come back with some more Roblox. I really want to get my, my what's it called? My forklift certifications? And then, I want to get my forklift for the other game, so I'll be right back. Okay. I also got lunch. I made some pizzas. I just microwaved some pizza. Some pizzas. I got my little pizza. Let's see. Oh, let me turn on some music. There you go. Alright. Let me get the game. What is this? Why is this? Oh. There's chocolate from the donut. I grabbed like a... I grabbed like a... I grabbed the donut from the box of donuts that I bought, and it was like a chocolate one, and I picked it up, and then it fell like face first onto my countertop. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. Hope I can stomach this. Alright. A brace. Brace is what I want. I want to become forklift certified obstacle course. Let me get it on the screen. We'll probably end up playing something else as well again today. And probably later on in the stream, before we end, I would like to start another game, sadly. But we'll see, since we're kind of done with Borderlands until they fix Borderlands 4. And that could be never, for all I know. Would you say I'm your favorite viewer? Not really, Banana. Sorry, I don't really have a favorite viewer. I don't really see you guys like that. But I'm gonna become forklift certified obstacle course. Oh, that's right. I forgot we're on like the hardest stage in the game. You're dying of heat right now, Lucaria? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Heat sucks. Ah, hot. Alright, let me see if I can't get into this. The wheel back on. There we go. Okay, and then I wanna angle my wheels sort of like that way. Oh, other way. I meant to go the other way. Sun grab. What is a sun grab? Whoa. Too close, too close. I think? Am I completely wrong about that? Ah! There we go. Okay, that was close. Okay, I want to angle the wheels this way. I thought I wanted to angle it that way, but I guess not. There we go. Not too bad. Pretty good, pretty good. And then this next part should be fairly simple. There we go. Okay. Keep it going, not too bad. I want to return my book tomorrow, but I sadly have to. It's a Chinese BL novel called Thousand Autumns. You also have Heaven Official's Blessing, but I bought it. That's so cool. How's the book? Thousand Autumns. I don't read much BL. So I probably should. I should probably read a lot more love stories. Cause I'm really bad with that kind of stuff. Pretty good, pretty good. Forklift just blows up, yeah. Effectively. That was scary. This part's pretty easy. Pizza. I'm eating my pizza. The problem is that part over there. And it looks like all of those are fake bridges, which is going to be a nightmare. All onto its own. Yowie. Thousand Autumns has Old Men Yowie, but I don't know if Heaven Official's Blessing counts because Leon is 817 and Hua Chang is 818. Old Men Yowie, but you're 800 years old. That's pretty funny. I guess it would depend on how, well, I don't know. Do they look young and virile? I think if they look young, it doesn't count as Old Man Yowie, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know much about the topic, so... I guess it's Old Man Yowie if you want it to be. Alright, now this part I was confused about how I was supposed to do it. Still here? Gotcha, Graham. Gotcha, Graham. I'm still eating my pizza. Lian just reminds me of Pretty Man, Handsome Woman because how the fuck is he so beautiful? Same with Shen Zhao, the main character of Thousand Autumns. That's very funny. Other way, other way, other way, fuck, other way, fuck. Other way, fuck, other way, fuck. Just as long as we don't fall off, we're good to go. You can spin around as much as you'd like. It literally does not matter. Just as long as we go sort of in that direction. Nice job, team. The problem is now I am completely at a wrong angle. Definitely a much stronger angle than I would like to be getting around this corner. Now, how do I even go about doing this? I don't think I can. I think I have to be facing the other way. See if I can't get myself to face the other way. Good. Excellent. Yeah, get that wheel off. There we go. Excellent. That was tough. I didn't really know what I was doing back there, but I got on, so... That was scary. Just rude of me not saying this, but how's your day going, Theo? It's going okay. In all honesty, I did not expect to be playing Borderlands 4 today. I knew there was going to be some like hiccup or something like that, so I didn't even try to prepare for it. It was completely whatever. That's why I was like, nah, I just don't feel like restarting my computer, I'll just play something else. It is a shame, but it happens. That's just AAA game development now. Oh, it's not that one. This is fucking me up. What else? Suzerain was fun. I still haven't beat the Rizian. Still never beat the Rizian. Never done a full run through Rizia before yet, so looking forward to that. Trying to get my my forklift certification is always tough, but. Okay, I think we do have to go right there, though. I don't know how you test bridges. What else? Being sick sucks. But there's nowhere I'd rather be than here, so... even if I am sick, what would it matter? I still want to be here anyway. So, the day is half bad, mostly because I'm sick, less so because of Borderlands, but mostly because I'm sick. But it's good, because it's, you know, I get to stream. Any day I get to stream is a good day, fuck. If you use Microsoft Edge, are you edging? Dude, you're tempting me to... you make a compelling case for using Microsoft Edge. Yeah, bud. I have to find a way to... You're a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but I have to find a way to turn off notifications. That pop-up is getting very annoying. Let me see if there's like something I can Google for it. Settings. You saw what I said live? Yeah. Maybe it's on main menu. There we go. I can't change anything here. Push notifications, community notice. For experience specific, go to the experiences details page and click the bell icon to toggle notifications off. That doesn't help me at all. Activity updates from experiences you have turned on notifications for. have all these turned off. Do not disturb. Oh, okay. Well, let me turn all these off. There we go. Okay, excellent. You're a nice guy, don't get me wrong. You seem like a nice person. But I'm busy. Oh, they're still popping up. Mute inexperienced party notifications. Oh, until I turn it back on. There we go. Oh, it's like a party notification. I don't know how that works. No. It's off. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, too much. I wanted to try to wrangle it to spin me around, but when I cook pizza, I have to cook it for a little more than what the instructions on the box say. The dough the dough on all these frozen pizzas always turns out really raw for some reason. Better to be on the ice than to get pushed off itself. Let me see if I can get as far over there as possible and then do a spin. Something like that. Oh, everybody that was over here left. Hello, Lowland. What's up? Why am I in that forklift? Good question. Trying to get certified. So I can, operate... an Amazon warehouse, what's it called? An Amazon warehouse forklift, that way I can get a job, you know? This is how you know... This is how we're going to be doing, like, certificates in the future. If you can, like, prove your ability to do something in Roblox, then you're allowed to do it in reality. Like Dress to Impress. That teaches you if you're allowed to be a tailor. Or forklift certified hobby teaches, you know, lets companies know if you're able to drive a forklift or not. Stuff like that. Oh, too much. You can't get a license? Really? I thought you could, Lowland. You killed 50 people last time you killed one. That's true. Ooh, spin me all the way around. Yeah. It's bad. Go this way instead, then. They really want me to go this way, we'll go this way. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Whoa, too much. Come on. Really? Think so? I was doing okay. This reminds me of you trying to get your driver's license, really? My driver's license was a lot easier than this. Too much swag on it. Other way. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, that was a bad spin. Okay. Yummy, yummy pizza. Yummy, yummy pizza. Let's do this. I ate my pizza. 7 driving laws in a minute. It feels like it. That's definitely how it feels. Careful, 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 careful. It's over. Cute. Look at this. This is how you rotate. Okay, there we go. Alright. Man. You were the one who oversaw my driving test? Lowland, you were an obese, like... you were an obese Hispanic woman in her 40s? You're 38 years old? That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. No? No. Whoa, that was scary. It is still very funny to watch everybody just get flipped out, dude. Ramos Taurus. This one still is tricky for me. My fucking forklift driving test? Oh, I see. Well, it happens to the best of us. You win some, you lose some. Other way, other way, other way. Fuck. So you do have to go the way that you want to go, not... I keep thinking you have to, like, inverse the forklift wheels to get it to where you want to go, but that's not actually the case. You have to tilt it to where you want to go to get it to go where you want to go. Looks like if I'm on this, I need to do this. That's a good one. It's like not too soon. Rolling from the library. It's canonically old. Maybe we'll start a tyranny run today. Speaking of libraries. Speaking of libraries, maybe we'll start a tyranny run. I'm not sure how we'll do the run though. Tyranny is kind of a difficult game. I tried to be a lawgiver. My first tyranny run, but it was tough. Maybe we'll try siding with like the natives. You know? How long is the stream gonna go for? The usual time, Banana. Be gone for a decent bit. Gotcha. Well, thanks for coming in anyway. In like 11 minutes. I'm glad I don't have work tomorrow. Sucks to get sick on your day off, but I guess it's better than being sick at work. That way. I need to go that way. I need to go that way. I need to go that way. Thank you, thank you. That ended up being really good for me. I almost fell off though. Last time you got sick, you still went to work? Yeah, I'll probably have to end up going to work sick. No fun. Ooh, don't put that right side back tire off. That would have been bad. Okay, I think I need to go... Oh, do these tell me where I need to go? I think they do. I think the white bricks tell me where I need to go. Yeah, I think the white bricks tell me where I need to go, so I'll just follow the white bricks. Actually quite a bit of space on these paths. Yeah, I can do like a full 90 on these bricks. Use your camera? Nah, I think the bricks are doing a good job. Like, the white tells me where I need to go and the black tells you where the invisible ones are. It's a maze this is. And then I need to go straight. Turn and left. I killed 50 people in under... Back it up, back it up, back it up. Get the wheel on. Oh no, I fucked it. Ah, you bitch. I drove too fast, too far. I killed 50 people in under a minute? Damn, that's a lot of people. Lolan, did you see Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck? Thoughts? Ooh, that's a good turn. Don't mess up now. A bit too late. Sorry. There goes 10 minutes. These paths also feel really wide for some reason. Maybe because they are. Literally had to jump in front of the forklift to stop you. You broke the brakes. I'm breaking the brakes off it. I like the Rizia DLC on Suzerain, you know, but I guess my biggest problem with it is that again I have to manage resources. And that's my biggest gripe with the DLC so far, is that I really just don't want to manage resources. I need you to spin me around, Doctor. Spin me around, Doc. Okay. You're the best. Thank you, Doctor. Well, now saw through your bones, if you're okay with that. That one deleted TF2 medic video. The deleted TF2 medic video where he's asking to saw through people's bones. Alright, I have to be really careful here. Oh, I did it again! I keep doing that! Why do I keep doing that? Ugh. I didn't see it. Ugh. Thank you, Banana. You got bigger body count than me in a minute if I got a job every day in a week. Damn. I do be killing them. Your Honor, my client says he won't invite you to his birthday. House Taurus. House says all. Get off the ice. Going from ice to platform sucks, dude. I almost messed that up pretty badly. Then taking this corner is also really, really nasty. There we go. Not too bad. Hey Quasar, what's up? It was a video about Medic, but he's more Pearl-like. He's a fixer. Like, in the most mobster sense, you're a fixer? A handyman? Take most jobs most people wouldn't have the ability to do. So, like a repairman? Like Bob the Builder? There we go. It takes a little finessing, but it gets the job done, I think. Okay. Back again. Takes me a while to get back, but I end up getting back regardless, nevertheless. It's called serial killing or distortion. People pay you to murder people? And so you're like one of the TF2 mercenaries or whatever it is? You're like the sniper. Why do I do that? Why do I do that? Gotcha, Banana. Good luck at work today, if that's where you're off to. Fuck. Oops. You gonna get some food, Quasar? Gotcha. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good dinner? Maybe? Breakfast, maybe? Not sure. Time zones are really weird. Okay, there we go. Hello, Sawanu. What's up? What's happening here? I'm driving my little forklift around Roblox. Trying to get forklift certified. It's tough. We're almost there as well. Dang. Hello, Felix. What's up? Make a decent forklifter? I'm lifting. Oh, buddy, ain't I lifting. Other way. I gotta spin around again. There we go. I always gotta spin around, man. They don't appreciate a guy who spins. But I can. Wanna know something? What's up, Felix? Get that out of my face. Get those prongs out of my face. Alright, don't accelerate too fast. No reason to just be flying around this maze. Doesn't benefit me at all. I keep falling off on like what is supposed to be like an easy part of the map. Wow, how did I slip off, dude? Oh, fuck, man. How do I keep doing that? Shoot. Grant taught you how to wield a blade and how to make money. Your grandmama? Why'd she do that? I forklift certified? Hello, Sonny. Not just yet. I'm still a student forklifter. Never taught me how to read or write. He sounds like an awful person. How you gonna kill but not know how to read? That doesn't even make sense. How do you know who to kill? Oh, there we go. Been a while since I did one of those. Get too excited at the end? That's not near, that's only halfway through, I think. Safely, yeah. I don't think that's gonna be possible for me anymore. I think I'll just die. Please get the wheel back up on the ice. I'm being dragged off the ice now. Lovely but a shirt. Just get me over there then. Yeah, okay. You're a bit hungry for some meat? A nice crispy piece of meat? Oh, I haven't released that video yet. How do you know about this joke? I still haven't finished that video. It's been like a month now. Not even gonna be that good. Hello, Quasar. What'd you get? What'd you get to eat, Quasar? Peak stream? Hello, Frisk. What's up? Like the game Peak? I think we played it once. I played it with mods. We played it with the Hatsune Miku mod. No longer a useless butcher. He's a TV butcher. He only butchers. Yeah, they're butchers TVs, or he only butchers on TV. Which is fascinating. Watching for some time, I still don't understand why you're pushing that chart. Which one? Which chart? Using his background noise for some time? Oh, thanks, Frisk. Ah, and down I go. He's the Bay Harbor Butcher. They also say your hunger is a problem. Char? What are you pushing? I'm not pushing anything. I'm driving a forklift. Wait, are you talking about in Roblox? I'm driving a forklift. And I'm doing it to get my forklift certification. So I can operate forklifts in Amazon warehouses. So I can get a job at an Amazon warehouse. Getting a little angsty there, aren't we, Ella? Why? So I can get a job. Unless you're asking me why should I get a job. So I can have some money. I eat human meat. You ate a bug that fuel on my mug. What type of bug? Yeah, Graham, you never really tell us what type of bugs you're eating. You're eating bugs like every day. A beetle the size of a grain. Today I'm going to take about humanity's greatest fear, a job. You guys are talking like you're watching TikTok. Do 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 do. Do do do. You already have a job? Same, Graham. Same. I work for companies. Yeah. Multiple companies. Alright, there we go. Enough about jobs. Why don't people have more of a fear of governments instead? Because you don't interact with your government nearly as much as you interact with your job. Because when you have to, like, pay for groceries, you go into a place of... You usually go into a place of, like, a place of employment and stuff like that. And if you want the money to buy those groceries, you have to get a job. It's usually just, you know... mostly paperwork and stuff like that. But when it comes to the government, it's usually sort of like a nebulous institution that you pay taxes to once a year, and then that's pretty much about it. You might get your license, you might get your driver's license once in a while, that's also about it. You might say, oh, what about, like, the regulatory and authoritative bodies? That's mostly relegated, that's mostly been relegated to, like, the interests of, the ruling class, and of which most people are not a part of, so it's less scary for them because it's more nebulous. So if you're talking about just, like, fear, it's mostly because they're around their job more often. Most people spend their entire lives at their job, and when they aren't at their job, they usually have to go into a place of employment, like a private sector job, to do things like recreation, or buy groceries, or pay your rent, or, you know, other things of that nature. You rarely, if ever, interact with the government. They have far more power than your job? Sometimes, but you don't interact with them on that level. So it doesn't really matter. They can have all the power of the universe, but you don't see it. Wait, you pay taxes once a year? I pay taxes, well, I guess it gets pulled out of your paycheck, but... my tax return, you know. My tax return, I have to... Sometimes I have to pay, sometimes I don't. Depends on how much I make in a year. And, if they pulled out enough or not. You didn't even know? You thought it was once a month? It depends on where you live, Sawano, I guess. Depends on when you get your paycheck. Because a portion of your paycheck gets pulled out for... I mean, I guess it depends on what your income is as well. Like, if you're living off of, like a government-based income program, then whenever they give you a check, they'll take some of their portion out or whatever. You're broke, you don't get paid? Okay. Sorry, I don't know much about what those kanjis mean. Sorry. I can't really decipher what you're trying to tell me, Lolan. Sorry. Always make sure to pull out enough. Oh, I'm upside down. Is there any way to cheese the level? Yeah, I think so, Sonny. I don't actually know though. Like you can hit like the red bumpers, and I'm sure they can boost you over to the I'm sure they can boost you over to like the finish line. But I have no idea. I think it happened to me like once. Konbanwa. Hello, Quasar. Konbanwa. Years ago, I was Chinese. It's a good one. Many moons ago, I was Chinese. I don't like how far this back wheel does, like, the shenanigans. Watashi wa utsui. Again, I don't know what that kanji means. Using watashi wa is also very funny, Lolan. I can tell you don't actually speak Japanese. Juge. I was crying in your corner. I don't mean to insult you. It's just very, I don't know, it's very cute. I've been fucking this one up a lot since I've been back. There we go. Okay. Ooh, that was testy. All right, let's take this next portion like as slowly as possible because for some reason, every time I get to this part, I hit the accelerator way too hard. I guess I also think that there's more to this bridge than there really is, so I guess it doesn't cost me anything to move the wheel into a safer position. You know? I guess I don't actually know how much of this bridge I'm working with. But yeah, I almost slid off it again. Maybe it's icy, maybe it's icy and they're not telling me. We have to go left. We have to go right. I guess it's just hard to judge these invisible platforms, or these, like, transparent ones. But really, I should just be looking at the 3 tires that I'm worried about, and not the furthest one. Literally doesn't matter. Hands would be sweating? Yeah, very much so. Very much so, Sonny, very much so. Still don't know how to write, still using speak to text? Oh, okay, well. As long as you're genuine in your desire to learn, that's fine. I would also like to learn Japanese. I'm still working on it myself. I bought some workbooks that I haven't even cracked open yet, so. I guess I shouldn't insult your intuit to desire intuit to learn. Alright, now we have to. Now this is different. We've never been this far. And it looks like we're gonna be working our way through some red here. I hope there's no bumpers, I hope there's no ice. Oh fuck, I thought it bounced again. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any bumpers or ice. Which is good for us. It appears to just be a maze, which is nice, actually. Like, really nice. I don't know why they're being this gentle with me. Especially since we're so far in. Finger gloves! Big back troll. Hello, Chase. Chase, did you change your name or are you a different Chase? Hello, Asha. It's like gloves, but for your fingers. You've just unlocked the golden forklift. I am now forklift certified. Hey! I did it! Yay! That was tough, guys. That was so tough. You the same, you just changed your name, I gotcha. Yay! We did it, lads, we did it. Alright, I guess you can get certified. I'm officially certified as my certification. So, did I unlock all the skins? I unlocked some of the skins. Ice forklift, join the group. Green camo, Mr. Tumbleweed, Mr. Roblox. Rainbow forklift. Game pure rainbow, premium forklift, purchase premium. We got the golden forklift, which doesn't seem all that different from the default forklift. Brick forklift, complete 10 stages with 1 rebirth. Whoa. I see. Complete the obby again for the foil forklift. Complete the obby 3 times for a bronze, silver. You can keep going. Wooden, shard, sand, snow. Until you get the void forklift at obby 10. Force field, phantom, glass. Upside down forklift goes crazy. Invisible boatmobile forklift goes even crazier. 15 times, you get that. Die 100 times for the bone forklift. Lava forklift, die 250. And the forklift is locked. How do you get the forklift? You have to unlock all the other forklifts? Try completing the obby again and unlock more forklifts. Alright. There, we are now rebirthed. Let's take a look at these stats as well. Deaths, 669,000 deaths. Oh, there's a donation leaderboard. The death leaderboard is very funny. Alright, so we got what I wanted. I wanted the forklift thing so I could go back to Brace and use the forklift skin. I could use the forklift and Brace, exactly. Taught you some French? Bonjour. I don't know any French. Customize. Yay, I unlocked the forklift. Yes. No wraps. No cosmetics. Oh, I can pick the color, though. I would like the classic yellow forklift. Alright, is anybody playing? Waiting for round Adam. I don't see anybody on the board. Oh, that's a forklift. Bonjour means hi. Yeah, I think so. Let's see what Alira is playing today. Alira is playing Ace Attorney today. Let's see. There we go. I'm not using the forklift. Oh, no. That's because I'm not playing. I was like, where's my forklift? Hello, Nashimia. Good morning. You just woke up? Dang, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon for me. Let's see, I got a... Excuse me. Hang on, I got an email about the current status of the elevators in my apartment. Elevator 3, still not working. Elevator 4, still not working. I will take a bumper, because bumpers are fun. Published approved elevator reservations on the community, enabling residents to anticipate potential extended wait times. Oh, that's cool. Let's see, I got my bumpers. Putting bumpers around here would probably be a smart move. Bumpers on top of the ramp is funny though, so I'm definitely putting them there. He blew up that ramp! I'm a forklift! Can I raise and lower the lift? No? More games need like crossover achievements like this, where like you'll play a game, get an achievement, and then you can unlock something else in a different game. That's honestly one of the coolest things about Roblox. One of the coolest things about TF2 was all the promotional content that you could get for playing other games. So it's cool to see it in Roblox. You got a vid about some Charlie Kirk assassination, Quasar? It's... Charlie Kirk getting his neck fucking blown out is something else, man. Spin around. Is there like a sharp turn, like a sharp left, long straight? No, drawbridge is funny. A gap, drawbridge, gap. Let's do a gap. The apartments that I want are still on the market. I hope they're still on the market by the end of the year. A slight turn into a narrow is crazy. There, there's a gap. No clue who that is, Graham. You know who Charlie Kirk is? He's a right wing. He was a right wing commentator. He used to go around to like before he got sniped in the neck. He used to go around to colleges and bust all the college students' balls about being too woke or whatever. I like driving my little forklift. You're watching from the Philippines. Oh, Nashimia. Well, welcome. How's that going? A couple of my coworkers are Filipino, and I know the Philippines has a big VTuber. Maybe not presence, but acclamation would be the word, maybe. There's a forklift in this game, Quasar. You have to get forklift certified, and then you can use the forklift. This guy has a bomb. He doesn't know what to blow up, or maybe he can't. Oh, there it goes. There goes the speed booster pad. Oh, I forgot I want to blow. I hate the items. Too cautious. I think he said his wife and kids were there. Did they get shot too, or no? Uh-oh. Everybody's so aggressive in this game, man. Oh no! It's like I'm back in the forklift obby. I'm just my wheels aren't on the ground. That guy's got a spoiler. No, they're okay? Okay, gotcha. Ooh, that guy won. We had like 6 people like in and out of the game. Does that really count? Did I place? I placed, but I fell off the... Yeah, that looks about right. I don't think I've seen an Alir stream in a long time because we have the same time scheduled slot. Oh god, that loop, man. How do I feel with the forklift? It's definitely different. The cars in this game all have different hitboxes, so they drive different, which is interesting. You okay? I'm sick. I think I just have a cold. No! Come on, I'm so bad. Where's the milk? Truer words have never been spoken. I win. Both of them flipped over. Oh, but he landed on the track. Wow, what a recovery. I can't believe you survived that. Just don't pass your cold to us. They need to make more diseases that can be passed on through the internet, to be honest. You're the pot. Yes, I am. Oh, I'm the one. I got first place that round. That was very funny. Wrecking Ball. I just like Bumper too much. Wrecking Ball is good, though. Probably on this one especially, since we have all those turns and stuff. Gotta have confidence. If you want to get over this slight turn, you gotta have confidence. That's called brain rot? No. I see, Sonny. That's true. Oh, why am I first? Why am I in first? There we go. Okay, I can get through now. Jeez. I'm still not used to driving this, the forklift on this course. Somebody really wanted to go over the loop. Springboard. Oh, somebody did grab the wrecking ball. It's a good spot for it. Sweet. What's the hype surrounding brain rot? I'm not sure, Graham. Isn't it all AI generated? I guess the big point of it is that it's sloppy. But you know, slop is, you know, yummy yummy. Long gap is no fun. Elevated track, no thanks. Loop, no thanks. Hill, bump. Give me a single width bridge. Oh, I should have got a loop and then put a loop on that guy's loop. Forklift's not too fast. Well, I don't accelerate very fast. You can go pretty fast in this game, but I just don't do that. My wheelbase is also very tiny. Can you... Oh, thanks for flipping me back over, man. Ah! Reset me, Doc. Thanks. Does that count as a flawless run if I hit the reset button still? It does not. I see. Okay. At least I get to still drive. Basically anything that's just really annoying or doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I guess you could pretty much say that. That's what brain rot is. I'll take a wrecking ball. Hello, Bob. People told me I look like a piss blob. Gross. Found a book with something to do about Skibidi Toilet. That sounds very funny. I'm just gonna put a bunch of wrecking balls on this little turn. Call that Wrecking Ball Alley. Where you off to, lad? You got this. Nope, never mind. Not quite. Oh, brakes? Speed boost? Brakes? I can't tell. Oh god, dude. No, I keep doing that, dude. I keep doing that. I'm so top heavy. That guy could not resist driving full force into everybody. Found a book called something with Skibidi Toilet. Really, that's very funny. Nobody else got any points, nobody finished once, except that guy, which is very funny. Works for me. Look, I'm actually on the podium this time. I didn't fall off. You friended me, Chase? Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think we'll play this for a little while. Half bump this. Interesting. What's in the middle? And then, maybe around 6 o'clock. We'll switch to like and I'll start like a new tyranny run or something. Oh, it's a half bump. Do I like my forklift? Yeah, I worked really hard to earn it, so I'm gonna use it. The collision box is tiny, which makes it easy to like fall over, so I just have to be careful. Megalodoo. Or maybe, you know, maybe at 5 o'clock instead. Oh, that's a lot of bumpers. More people need to pick more bumpers. It's a springboard. 2 oil barrels next to each other. Items. Alright, I'm gonna try and fill this circle up with bumpers then. You won, Quasar? Nice. Be you, dude. 3 people just got shoved off. That guy blew himself up, it looked like. I don't know what that does, so I'm just gonna drive slow. And that's why I hate items so much. Can I friend you back real quick? Sure, Chase. Did you want to join or no? Yeah, I want to pair my jump up with this guy's jump. No, I want to put my jump on his jump. My thing isn't sticking though. There we go. Your avatar is blue, by the way. Oh, I got flipped. Where am I? I can't see. I can't see. What happened? I got flipped over. Shoot. Yeah. That's not much that's gonna be going on for me. I guess I'll quit and then add you. There you go, Chase. Semi-truck obby. Wait, have the charts changed yet? Or are they all still the same? They got anything good on here? Car Crusher 2. Hamoud Habibi. Truck RNG? We already played that. We blew right through Truck RNG. Truck RNG was really easy. Broken Bones Simulator. Yeah, that looks about right. Did I glitch? I thought so, yeah. Skip me, doctor, skip me. Spawn protection loss plus data loss fix. Play me. Bailey just found this live and your AV is so adorable. Thank you, Zabs. You're not from school? What's... Your name is... Maji? Not Aji. Maji? Maji Su something, sorry. That's a long piece of... Look how long that piece of track is in the upper right corner. Low-key Thanksgiving. Asked my kids what they wanted for dinner and they said low-key Thanksgiving. You waiting to join? Me too. Oh, we're putting down pieces. So far, the traps haven't been too bad on the way that people are picking. So we aren't all gonna be trapped in one little area. Stop spawning me up front, man, please. Alright, let's be careful when we drive. It's gonna take no time at all to get to the front. Unless everybody gets absorbed by the slot car traffic. That was scary. Oh, make the jump. Nice. But that guy got bounced over the ramp. You bad at driving these types of cars in Roblox? It's okay, me too. That's why I drive so slow. I'm just bad at driving in general. gonna hook a right, and then hook a left, and then a sharp left. Nice, we did it. Finally. Just making shenanigans, so it would seem. How sensitive are the controls? They're very sensitive, Sonny. They're very sensitive. Slow and steady wins the race. That's just what it's like to be driving a forklift. I'm in no hurry to drop my load. I don't like the half sharp turn. I swear there was a piece that is just a sharp left. Half pipe turn. Ring is okay. Yeah, I'll take a train piece. Train on train action. Train right out the gate is funny. Oh, I hate these pieces so much. I hate this big U with the bridge in the middle. It's nice to see pieces with like an extra shortcut in the middle, you know? Some pieces with like extra pieces on them are really cool, but that thing kills me. Oh, careful. I got a key. I don't know what the keys do. What do the keys do? Oh, I got 3 keys. I fell. Right at the end. Well, you can't win them all. No bumpers today. Wall? Speed bump. Moving wall. Give me the regular wall. Sorry, Azrael. You'll have to put the wrecking ball somewhere else. Hello, Liliana. Welcome back. Did your best, though. That's improving. Why am I up front? Stop putting me up front. Because then these guys like that just fucking shove me around. And then he falls off, as if he has to be somewhere. Oh, never mind. It looks like the platform glitched anyway. Let you join? Yeah, go for it, Liliana. I'm not stopping anybody from joining me or whatever. Give me the 270 elevated turn. He does it for the love of the game, not to win. So true. So true. I need to live my life like that. The love of the game, where you're just crashing into everybody. I gotta back up into him. Why do I like Brace? It's fun. I like to drive my little car cautiously through the wild. I don't know how I'm supposed to get over this. I think that wall is messing everybody up. Huh. Oh, I thought he was gonna do it. Why not grow a garden? I've played grow a garden. I'm not really into grow a garden. They're gonna blow it up, I'm gonna put down another wall right on top of it. There, a wall into a wall. Go fast, go the other, to go to the side in order to pass it. These guys are so aggressive. They're so scary. It's so scary how aggressive these guys are. Oh, he did the thing where, I don't think we can get on it now, because... I'm literally playing fucking... I'm literally playing... the obby now. What? There goes all the momentum. The leap of faith, so it would seem. That wall is screwing up everybody. We should put another one on top of it. Why? The demons, of course. It's the demons, of course. Oh, that guy bought a 270. I should have linked up. I should have linked and build with him. This track sure does look fun to drive. What game is this again? This is Brace. Ah, there I go. Bye. Will anybody be able to do it? Oh, he did it! He did it! Fucking you're the pot. He's the best. Now we get to play the rest of the game. I get rewarded for losing. I'm not sure what he's doing. Very scary, to be honest with you. Don't fall. Don't fall. That was awful. I keep buying the 270 pieces, but the forklift can barely handle them. I'm gonna wait till it comes across. That guy drifted straight off, which was cool. No, dude. I didn't even think there'd be a... Reset me, doctor. I didn't even think the half pipe would be there. I had to be like so careful on the half pipes. My little go-kart can't handle it. Yep. Nice. Success. Hello, Candy. How am I? I'm doing okay, Candy. I'm a little under the weather, but I'm playing, you know, I'm streaming, so I can't be that bad. I don't want the bomb. I'll get the bomb. I know some stuff I'd like to bomb. You can't bomb this. Let's see. I'm gonna blow up the items. I hate items. Yay, I spawned at the back. You got this, guys. You got this. Okay. Careful. Don't get hit by the scary cars and the wrecking ball. Never mind. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, dude. Jesus. That was mutinous. Pothole, long straight, short straight. I'm gonna take the hook. Is that it? Is this is the sharp turn? Or is this a different piece I'm thinking of? Look, they're up a whole floor. Oh, you keep dying? We all do. I killed you, Chase? Sorry, bud. It do be like that. You know what server I'm on? I didn't know you could select the server. I'm gonna crash out. Honestly, same. Alright, I don't know the position of this wrecking ball is the thing that keeps messing me up, and this guy backed up for some reason. No, I backed up too much. This wrecking ball, dude. This wrecking ball is killing my ass. It keeps tapping this guy, which is very funny. Down they go. Nobody's going to win. We're all going to just lose until infinity. I got the ramp. Ew. Ew. Do 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 do. Is somebody gonna blow up my? If somebody blows up my thing, I'm putting a ramp on there. How do you rotate pieces? Oh, there we go. Now blow up one of these. Blow up one of these, and then I can put a ramp. I'm gonna put a ramp right here. That's a perfect spot for the ramp. Oh, he knocked the platform down. I can't get up if the platform's down. Somebody bumped me. No, they sent me back. Oh, there's a booster pad there. That's a good idea. Alright, everybody, back in the game. Let's go. Anyone like kettle popcorn? Kettle popcorn? I'm not really a big popcorn guy myself. What's the difference between kettle popcorn and regular popcorn? Do 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 do. Da 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 do. Do do. They're so aggressive! Why is everybody so aggressive, man? Got a life to live, I guess. Made it. Oh, careful. Let everybody through so I don't get insta-gimped. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, wop. They are racing their hearts out. Who will be first? I don't like the transparent platform one. That one's too scary. Ah, no! Right at the end! Fuck! Dude, no! Hello, Spider. You joined a stream sniper, you're in the hospital? Aw, oh, damn, brother. This isn't Suzerain? Sorry, Spider. We played Suzerain a little earlier, but... honestly, I was feeling some, zigzag. I was feeling a little Roblox tonight. Dude. What is a zigzag? I've never seen this piece before. Is this a new piece? Oh, I've seen these pieces. This is definitely a late game piece. That's just a straight. That guy just got a straight. Okay. You're not good at turning? Me neither, man. Me neither. Oh, here they're gonna hit the jump. They're gonna hit the jump. Nice job, Team Tomodachi. Please get off the railroad tracks. It's very scary over here. Oh no, the platform, dude. I need that to be up so I can get on it. Ah, where'd all that momentum come from? It's over. Why you touch my Dubai chocolate? Buddy, my Dubai chocolate, not my Dubai chocolate. What about my Labubu? Alright, will he blow up this wall? If he blows up this wall, I'm putting a ramp on it. Or is that a no-go? There it is. You're the pot? This is all on you, buddy. You got this. I can't do it. I tried putting the ramp down. My bad. Why did you back up that hard? Where's all this momentum coming from, dude? You really don't have to jump over the train. Oh, that guy almost made it. That guy got across, and he hit the oil pot and everything. He's a gamer, dude. Sweet. What was that? I didn't read any of those words. I'm like locked in. I'm forking my lift right now. You know, that Dubai chocolate shake drink that I got from Shake Shack? I would have honestly just preferred a regular chocolate shake. At that point, you know? Whoops. That was close. Don't flip over now. The half pipe is the forklift's greatest weakness. Don't you know? There's a fucking back booster there that I was not paying attention to at all. That guy drove across. This guy's driving across nothing. When I skip. Was it too much chocolate? No, Sonny. They put, it's like pistachio and coconut or something like that. And, honestly, it's like pistachio and like toasted coconut, I think. And it could have done without all that. I think they do something else with it, you know? I would have just preferred just a regular chocolate shake. Without all the extra stuff in it. Would have been cheaper, too. Skip the lion 2 times. Skip the live 2 times. Alright, Speed Demon, what you got, buddy? Excuse me. There's somebody screaming in voice. I'm so glad I have voice turned off, dude. Uh-oh, he's not gonna make it. 10 to checkpoint. Well, he's gonna make it to the straight. Ooh, and then we get to play the video game again. Well, at least I made it to the end. Oh, it looks like I got a bunch of the checkpoints. That's me, right? I can't tell. And the track gets ever longer. bridge. Oh, a hook into a hook would have been funny. Half pipe into nothing. Oh, look how tall this track is, dude. Alright, lads. It's all on us. Can't go that way. You're really gonna hit that jump? You don't need that much speed. You're good to go. Just go, man. Just go. You got the speed, demon. There he goes. Boom! Right into the wrecking ball. So much for that. All that buildup. No! Where does the momentum come from? I'm not swinging left like that. It's just all of it gets contained. The platform gets contained with all the momentum in the world because people just keep trying to slam their face through it. Where's the start of the track? Here we go. Let's see. What do we got, lads? No items? That's good. I got a ramp. How about a ramp, right there? You guys like ramps going up hills, right? Why are there 2 wrecking balls now? I don't remember there being an open slot here. Somebody blew up one of the slots and put a wrecking ball there. No shot, dude. No shot. I got through. I got through. It's easy, dude. I think somebody else got through as well. Double wrecking ball goes crazy, though. The other players are my greatest enemy. The other players are my greatest enemy. Just get cut off and then pushed off immediately. Oh, bye, Speed Demon. They're in such a hurry to get owned. See? Everybody's in such a hurry to get owned. How did you do that? Drive, brother. Oh, well, that's definitely a direction you could have picked. Oh. Ah! Going up those 270s is so hard. Beep, beep. You can put wrecking balls on the spinners, can't you? Oh, but they don't move, I guess, which makes sense. A lot of you guys are out of lives, and that's kind of embarrassing. Fuck, me too, dude. Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. He's gonna hit the ramp. Watch the ramp. Watch the ramp. Ah, he turtled. Oh, he reset though. You got this, Decky. Carry me back to a respawn so we can win this, so we can move on to the next track. Nice, 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 nice. Right, Watto. You're not gonna run me off the second you get a chance, are you? Please don't. I'm just a boy. Oh, don't lift. Okay, that was a drawbridge, I think. Drawbridges are a little testy. We have to be careful going up ramps, because people like to put ramps on ramps. cool. Nice! Finally, dude. It's been forever. Please tell me that we win so we can reset the map. Good God in heaven. Yay! We win! Alright, reset me. Hello, Derek. What's up, man? Welcome back. Oh, God. Oh, God. We did it, guys. We did it. Alright, here we go again. A loop at the beginning is very funny. I hope that guy spams that loop as fast as possible. I prefer the narrows. I think a narrow at the very beginning is very funny, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna spam that as fast as possible. There we go. There's a narrow right off the bat. Into a train. Into a loop. Not so why is there an invisible bridge right at the very beginning? Congratulations, we made it to the end, which is, like, insane to me. Alright, who's gonna drive off? Something like that, yeah. Oh, no! Somebody got, like, momentumed backwards off the map. What a pain. Careful with the loop. Skip. Imagine hitting that loop going full force on a forklift. You got this, buddy. You got this. Confidence. You gotta have confidence. Ooh, straight through. Nice job. Do 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 do. Beep bop boop bop beep boop. Moving wall? I mean bumpers. I mean I'm bumper coded myself. Bumper right in the narrows. Bumper in the narrows. Why wouldn't there be a bumper right out in front of the spawn? And then a wrecking ball on the other side. That guy's got a bomb. Decky doesn't know what to do with the bomb. But if he did, one of us would be Upper Creek. This should be good. Let's see how it goes. Holy, there goes all his momentum. Alright, straight on through. Oh yeah, don't get hit by the wrecking ball. Oy, yikes, I'm pulling on my collar. Oh God! What happened? I'm on fire now. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Oh, another bumper. Somebody else is a bumper connoisseur. Can I get a platform, please? Can I get any platform, please? Can I get a platform, please? There's no platform? Whoa, okay. There we go. I got it. Okay. Oh God, that was so scary. There's a Yui. Long narrow is cool. I'm a zigzag. Decky knows. Decky and I are zigzag connoisseurs, if you will. I zigged my zag. I'm good to go. My zig has been zagged. Oh no, this is gonna be gross. Not a straight? Who's buying straights? Surely there's more to life. Okay, I think at least one of you is trying to ram me off the map. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you definitely tried. Don't fall. Oh my God, I almost fell over. It's so easy to tip this thing over. Whoa, I almost didn't make that. My zig has been zagged. Drive on through. Don't get hit by a slot car. Victory. Whoa! Mariposa moment. Dang, flying! That white car want to be gone? Yeah. Do 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 do. Do do. Ah! No items. Please, no items. There's a lot of items to buy. Please don't buy any items. I'll take a bumper, though. I'll take a bumper, though. Let's see, what do we got? A ramp on the other side of the loop is very funny. It's not sure what that's supposed to do, but oh, bumper right next to bumper is funny. Bumper on the loop is also pretty good. There we go, let's do that. You're so scary, dude! Why do you go so hard with it? They're living life, man. They're out here living life. Jesus. Speed boost into an oil slick. I've slotted my cars. My cars are slotted. Something like that. Yeah, the jumper is very funny. Oh, wait, it's like a 6-way tie for first place. I'm bracing with my forklift. There's a narrow. Let's see if anybody else bought a loop. I'm usually not one to buy loops, but if somebody else bought a loop... Suzerain looks different these days, Wazer? Yeah, so does Borderlands 4, to be honest with you. Can you drift the cars? I don't know, Sonny. I don't think so. There's a ring into a ring. There's a ring into a ring into a... Oh, nobody... That guy didn't put his ring down. Not 3 rings? The 3 rings, Doctor. It's the 3 rings. Do 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 do. I'm gonna hide behind the bumper. Whoa, give me a cross. Thank you. I got really lucky with that one. The pack didn't try to eat my soul. Don't hit the bumper on that turn. Don't hit the bumper on this turn. Stay in the vicinity of the bumper in case somebody tries to rear end you. Sweet. Oh, careful with the oil. Whoa, don't get eaten by the slot cars. I can't believe other people are driving through me. That guy drove through me. I'm not sure how that worked, but that was cool. I didn't know the oil slick was that deadly. Slow it down. Everybody's accelerating full force through the rings. Very funny. Alright, carefully. Carefully. Down I go. You got this, Speed Demon. Never mind. Do. When my femboy roommate stream. Go, Speed Demon, go. You got this. Don't drive off, man. Nice job, bud. I'm seeing bombs, I'm seeing wrecking balls, I'm seeing ramps. Ice barrel? Is there there wouldn't have to be an oil barrel. Those are actually kind of impressive. Springboards, brake pads. Let's grab a springboard. A springboard into a springboard? Everything there is already taken. I want to put a board here. There we go. Sorry, Speed Demon. Put that ramp somewhere else, bud. Ah! Whoa! That was close, dude. Alright, gotta be careful through here. Don't hit the bumper. These guys have weapons. These guys have weapons and are ready to shoot at each other. Huh? Sorry. I'm sick. I can feel my histamine sort of like acting up. It's kinda killing me. Mercy, thank you. Yay! That's a win! And a flawless run. Excellent. I guess we're starting the round over again? I don't know. Does the car game amuse me? It does. I'll tell you what, after this round we'll stop and then I'll come back. I'll take a break. And then we'll come back with, double bridge, no. Narrow. We'll come back with a couple. We'll finish off the stream with some Tyranny, if the Borderlands update hasn't taken yet. Oh yeah, put a spin on a spin. I won't even try and interrupt you. Go, Ghoulis. Go, Ghoulis. You got this. You got it, man. Left click. You got it, dude. Ah, so close. I guess that's the way to do it for these guys. You just hold the button down. Ouch. Never mind. It's taking too long. Alright, that was some Roblox today. Hope everybody had a good time watching that. I'm glad I got my, what's it called? My certificate. I got my fucking forklift operation certificate, which I'm really happy about. But I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back, and we'll start a new run of Tyranny. So I'll BRB. Okie doke. Whew, alright, let me get the game up. How's everybody doing tonight? I guess it is 5 o'clock, huh? So, I guess we would be starting the stream right now, huh? Let's see if Borderlands got a day 1 update yet. NVIDIA optimization guides. Newest game-ready drivers. I have to launch my NVIDIA. Oh, thank you, Microsoft Edge. Very cool. Do I not have it installed? NVIDIA, what's it called? Express or something like that? Experience? Well, I guess I'll download this now, apparently, since I don't have it. If I can get... what's it called? If I can get Borderlands to launch, we'll just play that. Something tells me it won't, but... am I? I'm doing okay. I'm cold. I'm both... my body aches and I'm cold and all that other good stuff. Optimize for your system. If you're encountering any issues, please contact 2K for support. There's a problem with the NVIDIA app. Relaunch your app. That's very funny. What does that mean? There we go. Alright, let's see. Let's see if my drivers are up to standard. Is it hot there? Probably is. Let me see. It is currently 68 outside. It looks like this week's gonna be pretty cool, but for some reason on Tuesday it's gonna go up 8 degrees, which is insane. NVIDIA Studio driver. 581.29. I guess we can try reinstalling it. And hopefully this doesn't crash my computer again. If the game, if everything shuts down, then sorry to say that I will have to restart my computer again and then restart the stream again. So if this turns on my screen's black, then I salute you to those who are here. Thank you everybody for watching. You do what happened last time you tried that on stream. I'll do it again. I'll do it again, Graham, and I'll do it 1,000 times. So if you do end up leaving, then thank you for watching. I'll try to get the game running more than anything. You've never seen 80 degrees? Really, Graham? Even in Brazil? Yeah, no. In the southern part of the United States, it gets up to like 100 degrees. Coworker walked over with a big smile on her face and she said, "Did you see the news?" Do 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 a do 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 do. The big screen beyond. Experience the lightest VR headset ever. VR Chat is making their own VR headset.